we're live. Sup everyone? Yeah, we're a little bit late, and I didn't even put out my intro music. A lot of things.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna do that, but then I forgot. We started having a conversation, me and Body and Race and Blue. We're still waiting on, let me see, Nate, I think. Yeah, Kay is here, and yeah, the rest will drop in soon. Also, we're still waiting on Sumo. Yeah, this is episode 5 of Game Player, and we have a fantastic show for you today. We're gonna start with our new guest, Jay Barry. I don't think an introduction is needed, but go ahead.
Yeah, man. Yo, shout out to my man Omar. Shout out to everybody in here. We got my man Blue, Right Zone, Kay. Is that Kayla? Morgan Kimes, the lovely Morgan Kimes, and my man Rafe the Emperor. Appreciate the invite, guys. It's gonna be a good one, man. Omar does. Listen, Omar, you listen, bro. You're gonna have to start promoting, brother, man. You know what I mean? Don't worry, man. I got you. But nah, man, I appreciate the invite. And welcome everybody to the podcast, man. Let's get some game slaying in, and let's talk about these games, man. So let's get it.
For sure, let me just say,
Don't worry, man.
change
I got you.
my layout and also mute the. Okay. What we've been playing, buddy?
Mostly I've been playing Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, Hinokami Chronicles. I've been playing some Far Cry, and I'm trying to finish up Metroid Dread before the weekend is over, and getting my foot wet back into Guilty Gear because there's like a huge patch update that came through, and it's like kind of a big deal. So I'm trying to like just reestablish myself in the game as far as getting some new stuff like new mechanics and combos down. So and Melty Blood
I
as
was
well. Preparing
literally
for that.
about to ask you, are you still playing that game?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Melty Blood is a cool game. It's not an easy game, but it's very cool. And like I'm new to that series, so I'm having a I'm having fun like learning that game. Like I one thing in fighting games I like to do is I like to learn them. You know what I mean? So that genre is like a joy for me. Like learning a fighting game and learning the mechanic and learning some combos. I enjoy that a lot. So I've been having a ball with Melty Blood as well.
Yeah, you always put out video content on your YouTube channel, trying out new combos, um, doing some practicing and stuff like that. It's always fun to watching doing that. We gonna start. Well, we're supposed to have sumo, but it's a bit on the late side. Uh, Blue, go ahead.
yep. This is Blue Rhizome, aka the Weep Sheriff, a proud member of the Otter Nation.
I
I,
hate you guys. I hate
yeah,
you and the Otter Nation. Go ahead.
Order Nation.
Let's go.
yeah, we're gonna overtake the Pegasus Nation soon. um, I've been playing Last Judgment, and this is shaping up to be probably the game of the year for me. Uh, but I still have to finish it. It's either that or Metroid Dread, and it's great that you're also playing a J Barry. Quick question: you think it's worth $60?
Wait, $60 for what? Which one?
Metroid Dread,
Absolutely. Yeah, I do. I think so.
my man.
I've been having a blast with that game, man. That game is fun as hell, man. It's no different than a typical Metroid game, but adding the new additions, like like cut scenes and animations and the attention to
Exactly.
detail with the lighting, it just brings that that flair to it. So if you enjoy like Metroid games in the past,
Yeah.
it's pretty safe to say you're gonna enjoy this one.
Well, I already finished it, so I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's definitely Metroid back to how it's supposed to be, I guess. So, you were finishing it, or you already finished it?
Oh no, I'm not finished it yet. I'll most likely finish it this weekend for sure. I think I'm like about more than halfway done. Because I just really jumped back on it like Thursday, and I couldn't put it down since. So
Yeah,
I'm about to be finished with it soon.
I know the feeling, but have fun with that. Okay, sorry, Omar, for taking up the introduction time. Back to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Kay. I just finished Kana, and I'm gonna start on 13 Sentinels.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
Hey, I
Yeah.
told them to.
I'm
Well,
excited.
to be fair, it was Kofi that created this whole 13 Sentinel in my head. I played it and I loved it, and I'm now on a war to make every single one on here play that game.
As they should.
Yeah.
That game, I've been waiting for that game for years, man. And when it finally came out, like I shut down everybody. Anybody DM me, anybody just can't, you know.
Yeah.
So
The story is fucking magical. You know about that, buddy. You know.
Vanilla Bear always delivers.
Morgan.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Morgan, aka Chill Bandit. Currently, right now, I'm between Death Stranding Director's Cut and Far Cry 6. Death Stranding's a big one, so who knows when I'm gonna finish that? Because I'm having too much fun exploring the world. So, and then I got to get back. Everybody's finished with Kana. I got to get back to that. There's just so many games came out these past couple weeks. It's just been crazy trying to prioritize which to finish and which to get through. But yeah, I've been having a good time.
Well, Annette and stuff is on the road, so yeah. For me, I had a good day and a bad day. A good week and a bad week. My good week is I bought a new mic. Is the HyperQuad X.
Nice.
And my bad week is my TV broke on me last night. So there's that.
Oh,
I need to buy a new one. Which is a disaster because because it sucks, dude. I literally had my TV for more than 10 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so you can imagine.
I think it's a sign, time to upgrade.
Yeah, it definitely is time to upgrade.
Yo, Omar, man, what you did with that TV, man? You put that TV on your stomach?
Hey, I'm gonna say it. I have noticed something. When you fuck up on the internet, it's over for you. Like,
I ain't bring up nothing. You the one that brought it up, not me.
It was all miss.
Listen, let me tell you something about life, bro. This is wisdom, okay? I'm an old man. Listen, Omar, man. Not everything you can put on your stomach, brother. You can't put a TV in your stomach. It's gonna fall off, bro. What TV did you have?
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's a little TV you were playing on. I thought that motherfucker was a microwave for a second.
Yeah, no, my TV is actually 1080p 30 FPS, so
30.
yeah, dude, I literally turn on with
brother. That is not a bad thing. That thing, bro. That you
exactly
got blessed.
It's time to upgrade.
It's a sign.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm actually thinking 99%. I'm gonna get the LG CX.
Yes, that's what I got. Do it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give a shout out to the chat. Stop gaming with Persona in the house. Stop Buck Roger. And stop Chris Righteous. And stop Lorenzo Casson and Wavy Flickett.
My man Wavy in there, Chris in there, okay.
Yeah. Hey, and Sumo, go ahead and introduce yourself. Also, you need to unmute yourself. Oh, okay.
Hey,
yeah,
what's
go ahead.
happening? What's up, y'all? This is Sumo. How's everybody doing?
What's up?
What you been
Chilling.
playing?
Finished up Avengers today, and I'm on Corrupt Toshi right now in Kana, and deciding what else in my backlog I need to go through.
My man, catching up on that. Yo, listen, man, you just had the tear in my eye right there, Sumo, man. I'm gonna
Hey,
take it. I'm
man.
gonna take it easy on you today, just because you beat Avengers.
Well, I appreciate that. It's one of those things, man. My backlog haunts me, and no matter what I do, it just chases me like a bill collector. But I keep ducking,
Preach.
dodging, and no matter what, I forget I got games. I'll see a sale on PSN, like, oh shit, I need to get that. I have it. It's a tragedy. So I appreciate any ease that you can do, even though Final Fantasy VIII is superior to 7.
I told you I'm gonna take it easy on you today because you beat Avengers.
But
So,
not in. I want to preface it with this. I'm not coming from the position that 7 is a bad game. I'm simply coming from the position that 7 is not as good as 8.
Oh, too early. Too
absolutely.
early.
Fighting words.
Absolutely.
Fighting words. Oh, snap.
Too early.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, I think he wants to get this work, huh? I told this man I'm gonna take it easy when he beat Avengers. He keep going. You know what? Some of you my mans, but go ahead.
I have
That's all. I just wanted to say, it's not coming from a place of hate. I think that a lot of love that 7 gets is straight nostalgia, because that's the first 3D RPG that you played.
Wow.
And it kind of gets a pass because of that. And that's not to say that it hasn't earned that, because it was the first 3D RPG many of us played. But I think some of the regard it gets is masked by that nostalgic, it was so sad.
Sumo, I'm gonna tell you this.
It's still terrorists fighting.
If your argument,
evil electric,
you gotta come stronger than that. Pause.
I think
that argument
had a more
destroyed very, very quickly.
The argument is layered, because it's not just the nostalgia and the first RPG standpoint. I felt like one, magic being just pointless in 8 was dope as shit. I thought it was dope. I thought it was dope as all hell that I could get one of my summon beasts, junction that bitch, stack some cards, and be so OP that I didn't worry about nothing. That was great. The ending of it, you could understand. Could you understand 7 the first time you beat it? No. You're like, what happened? Are they dead? They alive? What? You clearly knew what the shit happened at the end of 8. And on top of it, 7's antagonist, Sephiroth, he's kind of lame, kind of uninteresting.
Oh, snap. Oh, wow.
Oh, you did not just say
Don't let him talk like that, Jay. Come on.
You should can't be talking about that lady like that.
Come on.
He's hulking me up. Go ahead. I'm letting him speak. I want to hear these points. They're not good so far, but go ahead, continue.
Oh,
man.
they did not say that. Oh my god. Oh, good.
So far, we got. Let's take the strategy out of game, and we got people don't understand story in 7, so people understand 8, which is absolutely not. Majority of the people that play Final Fantasy 8 didn't even get to the ending because that shit was trash. And what's your last point that you said there? Sephiroth was lame, but who you're going to hype up? Ultimacia? But
the sorcerer that spanned time, rather than the dude that just had to clone himself. That's how cold he was. That's how confident he was in his shit. He needed to make 50 of them.
This is the problem we have, because you just misspoke on what Sephiroth truly embodies just right there.
What does he embody? He doesn't embody anything, right? He doesn't embody anything anymore.
Oh yes,
from
he does.
Advent Children, right? Wasn't he just like his essence was what was?
Yeah,
there wasn't a physical form.
Sephiroth is using Genova's cells, his mom, because Sephiroth actually lost to Cloud before 7 even begun, but he's manipulating everybody so he can bring everybody together, so he can bring himself back into the world and deliver his plan, destroying the planet and using it as like a ship to travel to other planets and settle, like how his quote unquote mom did. That to me is not a lame boss or anybody that's trying to clone himself. Okay, he didn't clone himself; he just manipulated using Genova cells.
Okay, point taken.
True explanation.
So
but
you
but
really need
his
to come with
his
better
his
argument because you're getting bodies right now.
but his vehicle to do this was an evil electric company. I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page that we had eco terrorists.
No, not even close. Not even close. His vehicle
What
was
wasn't
actually using cloud, because cloud is the one that brought him most of the majority of the things he need, like the black materia. Only reason why Shinra is really being brought up because it was housing the remaining body of Genova. Sephiroth had the head that he already infused himself with. Shinra had the body, and as you can see, what he did throughout the story is he broke up the body in pieces, and left that breadcrumb to chase him in the northern crater so he can once again resurrect himself.
Right, but that's the footnote, right? You have all that after you've done it. While you're playing 7, you're still under the veil of a nasty, evil electric company that's sucking the life force of the planet. And let's get with these terrorist cats and stop it.
But the difference between 7 and a lot of these other Final
and
Fantasy,
I'm not saying 8 was that much better.
Is heavily layered. Like, I'm not saying the other ones were bad as well, but we're gonna stick to 8, right? The story was heavily layered, and where you can conceive what you thought the main thing was in the game, but that's Shinra is like not even like 30% of the majority of the story of the main overall scope of the story. But that's just a starting point. That's just a it's more like just a setup. And one of the main reasons why you had Shinra really there, yes, because of the planet. You get to learn about the planet and what they're doing to the planet, but also there was housing Genova's body.
But you wouldn't get, but you wouldn't get to any of that without, again, the vehicle of an evil, nasty corporation, electric company on top of it. But for 8, just to be fair, 8, we're talking about what, a classroom of mercenaries that can. It wasn't that much better from a very superficial standpoint. My argument is 8 does a better job with the combat in getting you into those layers. You're not sitting there, one, a little bit bored because it's not. I mean, it's a fucking planet. It's eco shit. It's hippy dippy hug tree shit. Ultimately, with some other tones layered in.
Yeah, I'm gonna interject myself here. One, the amount of shit you needed to use draw for magic, one of the worst
was a pain
I have ever played in any Final Fantasy period. Like
the whole gameplay in itself in Final Fantasy VIII was bad.
Exactly. Like the
straight up.
It's still Final Fantasy. It's still the same attack system. It's just you don't use magic.
No,
it's not the same Final Fantasy because they took away a lot of
and added a card system so that you can
in-game battle. A lot of the stuff where it comes to strategy in Final Fantasy is that's mostly doing with your cards and the junction system. It's not actually in-game battle.
But that's still strategy. It may not be strategy that you were liking that you got in 7 because 7 was kind of like what was the strategy in 7?
It's just Final Fantasy in general. That's why they went away.
I'll agree there. I'll agree generally.
The next game over, everything that 8 did, they said scrap that. You know what I mean? We good.
Also, at the same time, 8 was built off of 7 too. I mean, pretty much. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They changed the battle system with cards and how magic operated.
It's not even just the cards. It's they changed the whole job class, the weapons, because you didn't really have any strategy as far as how you're gonna place your characters in the turn base. Where certain characters are just better at range. Like even in 7, you can place where you want your characters, some in the front, middle, or in the back, just to see like what they pertain to. Like some characters in the range, and we put you in the back. There was the strategy stuff that was there. That is just not. It's just not there. The whole MP stuff, yeah, that's a huge deal. Where you're not really at risk as far as using anything because like I get the conjuring up of certain things when it comes to the junction and fixing it to like draw cards and all that stuff and your guarding force and all that. But when you're in the heat of battle, there's no real kind of pressure other than let me get this off. Limit breaks, another one where limit breaks were cool in 8. But at the end of the day, it was more of a cheesy thing where I just need to get my character to a certain health level. Let me heal him up. Have them attack, heal him up. Another limit break. You can have about 2-3 limit breaks in a battle, depending on which like boss battle you're doing, where it lowers the risk in the game. I'm not saying that you couldn't do that in other games as well, but in 8, on top of everything else that I just mentioned, and that it just to me the gameplay wasn't sound. Story wise as well, I didn't really prefer the story wise. We'll get into that soon, but we're gonna tackle you in this gameplay. The one shining light that 8 has when it comes to gameplay, and that's the Guardian forces, where that is an element that people enjoyed. I enjoyed that as well, and they implement that in 10, where you had your Aeons, you summon your Aeons, and you have your health bar. They have their attacks when their Guardian Force bar goes down. They do their ultimate attack. That was enjoyable. That's something that was new.
But you also had the ones that you couldn't junction. I mean, it was balanced as well. I'm still scratching my head on this gameplay piece because the strategy was there. I just think you weren't receptive to it. Because you had
Square wasn't receptive to it either. that's why they took it out.
Oh, you got
Wait, Morgan, you want to say anything?
Oh no, I'm enjoying this very much.
Yeah.
Even leveling up your characters made no sense because it was so tied to junctioning and your card draws and stuff like that. Leveling up made no sense. Stat growth and all that stuff made no sense because it was kind of carrying over to the junction system and all that stuff.
Because also your enemies leveled up with you, which is again boggles my mind and negates the purpose of fighting to begin with. But go ahead.
Is the crux of all of this just going to be ultimately the fans and Square decided?
No,
because
I mean
these systems aren't in any of the more modern. Well, they're not in any Final Fantasy.
No, the summonings that 8 originated is, like I said, it's in other Final Fantasy games. Only reason why I'm bringing that up because that's strengthening my point of what I'm saying. Like the gameplay wasn't good. The gameplay wasn't sound. I remember the game back then when I played it, and I was like, "Yo, what the hell is this?" You know what I mean? And to go into like story and character, this is one reason why 7 is untouchable. Because when it comes to 7, I've been saying this for years when it comes to Final Fantasy games. Because just so you get a little background story of me, Final Fantasy is my favorite franchise of all time. Like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people, they know me for particularly.
What's your favorite in the series?
What's that?
What's your favorite of the Final Fantasies? Is it 7? Because it was your first 3D?
Is my favorite, and 4 is my second favorite. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because to me, they have the best 2 characters in the franchise for me personally. But I'm going to go into characters. That's another reason why 8 is not strong. Not Squall. I think he had a cool design, but personality wise and everything else, just like everybody else. Weak, very weak. The casting is very weak. There's a lot of people. I've asked people, "Oh, I love 8. I love 8." I said, "What's the main cast?" They can't even name me outside of 2 characters. You know what I mean? Because that's how weak the characters were in 8. When you look at Final Fantasy 7, every character in Final Fantasy 7 main cast could have their own game if they wanted to, because the character development, the character story background, the gameplay. Very, very strong. There's a reason why you've seen all these adaptations for these games and this character having his own game back in the day and all that stuff, because the characters, they're beloved, they're strong, they can carry their own. Final Fantasy 8 characters, they cannot carry their own, and that's a fact.
But is it and I realize I'm very much the anomaly, but not to the degree that I once thought I was.
Nah.
And it's
there
interesting
are a few
hearing
people here that loved 8. Like, you have Wraith, you have Innate, and you have Akira. And then you're gonna only be against J-Body and me. So,
7 definitely gave him emotional pull, and maybe that's what I've held on to in terms of 8, because I was empty, and not on a clown perspective in terms of playing that shit. I was empty knowing that dude was lost. Whereas with 7, it was a difference, because playing a lead, and it's particularly in RPGs, I'm naming my man me, and I'm going through this, and it left such finality to the fact that you're just lost in the time. Whereas, what did we ultimately get with 7? Again, I was confused that first time. I now know how that went, but not understanding initially, it's coming away from that game is a totally different vibe than what I think you're coming with, where you already went into it knowing 7 was going to be your jam. I suspect, if it's your favorite series. I just kind of bounce around.
Not necessarily. Like, I remember the commercials back in the day with 7. Like I said, my first Final Fantasy was 6. So going into 7, it was an eye opener for me, because I was like, yo, graphically at that time in '97, I was like, oh shit, this is crazy. But yeah, I understood the story. One thing with me, when I played these games, especially when I was younger, I used to write guides for these shits. You know what I mean? So somebody, like you're saying that, you didn't understand the story with 7. Yo, I was writing guides to my friends with Final Fantasy 7. You know what I mean? Breaking down story and all that stuff with Final Fantasy 7. Like, a lot of stuff in my channel, even with Final Fantasy 7, the new one, whatever. Like, I'm doing guides and boss guides and all that stuff with that stuff. You know what I mean? But like, on a personal level, the story to me was always captivating. The characters was always captivating. Yeah, I love Cloud Strife, that character, to death. But it's no different than I also love Tifa Lockhart. I also love Aerith Gainsborough. You know what I mean? I like Barrett Wallace. I love Yuffie. You know what I mean? Like, those characters to me, Kisaragi. Those characters to me set something within me where I can never just forget those characters. 8, yeah, Squall, design wise, I was like, oh shit, this guys look cool. As I'm playing the game, oh shit, this guy is lame. It's no different than like Noctis.
Wow.
Noctis is cool character. Design, all that stuff.
Oh, hell no. Nah.
But when you get to no, I'm talking about design wise. I'm talking about the aesthetic of the character. But when you get to the nook and cranny of the character, another lame character. Characteristics was horrible. You know what I mean? Until the super end, where he's like, oh, I'm just gonna learn, that here's my role in life. Other than that, yeah, the character was lame. That's how I felt with Squall. Riona, she's a cool character, but she's that typical, not to diss the females in here, but it's that time. I'm not thinking about Final Fantasy 8 in 2021. I'm thinking about it in 1999. I think it came out. If you understand what I'm saying. At that time, it was that she was that Jean Grey type of character. If you guys read old school X-Men, I mean, that Jean Grey is always messing up and needing help and all that stuff. Not saying that she couldn't handle her own, but to me, I was just like, she's no Tifa Lockhart that's beating these people's asses. Even Aerith was that character. Aerith don't need nobody help. You know what I mean? Zell, cool character. Selphie, move on. Quintus, cool character, move on. What's his name? Irvin, move on. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're not even competing. Not even on the lower level with like Cat Sith. Even Cat Sith have more depth than these characters. Only people like Zell is because his limit break is OP. Am I lying?
I like Zell in general, so. But yeah, I love his limit break. I mean, I'm not gonna lie about that. So
that's the only reason why people like Zell, because of that limit break, bro. I'm trying to tell you, everybody be like, yeah, I love Zell. Yo, his limit break is one of the best. I guarantee it. I've had these talks for years, man. Trust me. I had these talks for years.
You
So
guys are not.
I know.
You guys were not
So-
prepared. Oh my god. Go ahead, Akira. Go.
No. Again, I told you before we start. AJ Bar, what's up, man? Before I
what's good,
started this
what's good?
debate, I told you I've never done this in my life, the Final Fantasy 8 versus Final Fantasy 7, because in my opinion, it's just a it's just a really unfair debate because Final Fantasy 7 is just more popular and 8 is more of a cult following, which
But
is I'm part of.
We're not
Yeah.
talking about popularity. We're talking about if you
No,
can
no, but that's the
convince
thing.
someone else
Uh,
that gameplay-wise and story-wise,
okay.
the one game is better than the other. Go ahead.
Okay, gameplay wise, well, Final Fantasy 8 for me, the reason why it's my favorite Final Fantasy is, I'm going to say it at first right now, it's really personal preference. For example, I played 7 and I do love 7. I mean, until today, I still love 7. I just preferred 8 because, one is that, I really found character designs really cool in my opinion for Final Fantasy 8. And I like the dynamic between these different personalities, from the characters. Like there's so many polar opposites between them, but at the same time they also have a proper chemistry and dynamic that it also works. And I always found that impressive when I was playing the game. And then gameplay wise, in my opinion, Final Fantasy 8 was more engaging gameplay wise because there's just way more to do. Even the limit breaks was had way more going for it. The Renzokuken,
Did you
Zell's
find
limit break.
strategy in it?
Yes, I also found strategy in Final Fantasy 8. Yes, because Final
Not
Fantasy
in
8.
battle. Guarantee you that.
No, in battle as well for me because this is the thing. In Final Fantasy 8, right? You get to use limit breaks either when you're low at health, or you use a spell, or you use a potion that gives you that limit break. I'm gonna call it the limit break opportunity. And sometimes when you don't have the items anymore, when you don't have the spell anymore, that's like one of the make or break strategies, popular strategies from Final Fantasy 8 is that are you gonna risk it to put one of your characters at really low health, do not heal them until to the very last second so that they can keep doing that limit break until you kill the enemy, or you try it the old fashioned way, but you just don't know because in Final Fantasy 8 you don't know without scanning the enemy, you don't know how long the life is. You can scan them once and then after that you're in a guessing game. So it's for me that's one of I did that a lot of times when I was playing Final Fantasy 8, and it was an accelerating experience because it was always like edge of the seat for me. It's like, am I gonna make it? I'm not gonna make it. It's like how I saw it with 8 because I always had 2 characters at low health when I feel desperate in a boss fight. It's gonna be Cell and Squall, of course, because they have the strongest limit breaks. I mean, Selphie, I use Selphie's limit break when she has that really good healing limit break. If you can use it. Again, this like the strategies in Final Fantasy 8 is because every character has this unique ability that can save you in a battle, like really a make or break ability that can save you in battle, and it will be up to you if you're gonna take the risk and go for that ability, or you're just gonna try to keep all of your party at at full health and play it like Final Fantasy 7, basically. And that's like and again, Final Fantasy 7. It's again the reason why it's unfair is because 8 was just further. Of course, they would improve some parts of the gameplay, of course. But the thing is, I just found it more engaging. I like the dynamic more. I like the Squall is this Squall really started as the emo character, and he's more emo than Cloud Strife. I mean, there's no competition how emo Squall can be. And I think that was the best part about Squall because the way his character grew from disc 1 going to disc 3, actually, like you start seeing the real change in Squall in disc 3, because in disc 2 he was still trying to search for himself. Then disc 3 you see Squall slowly understanding, what everything means to him. Yeah. And he's trying to lead, he's trying to understand what everything means to him, what these people mean to him. Before, he doesn't really give a fuck about any of them.
He gave a shit. Exactly.
Yeah, he didn't give a shit about any of them. But then this 3, that's when Squall got put into perspective. That everything is started getting started having meaning to him.
I want to be Cloud
Sorry,
Strife.
right. Cloud Strife.
I want to be Cloud Strife, pretty much.
Oh wow.
Cloud Strife is difficult because Cloud Strife his personality is not even his. I mean, my Final Fantasy,
not true.
My favorite Final Fantasy 7 character is Zack Fair, and we both know because I'm pretty sure you played Crisis Core and we played the original, right? And they did branch the story there, and I also watched Last Order, the anime, where Zack was saving Cloud. And the thing is, I didn't say that the complete thing with Cloud is that his whole personality is not his, but a lot of the the starting part of the story, a lot of his personality was not really his because he was trying to live the legacy of Zack Fair. He was trying to
his confidence in where he's getting that from is more so of somebody else's confidence. That's not his fault. We learned this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Because of Genova,
the Mako poisoning and all that stuff.
Yeah, but that's why I put a difference between Squall and Cloud Strife.
When you look at the overall arcing thing of personalities, Cloud Strife, mercenary, didn't care, over throughout time and learned about himself. He became that leader and cared about saving the planet and all the people that within the party that he cared about wanted to protect him. His body, his language changed, similar to how Squall's body and language has changed. You know what I mean?
The difference between them though is that they had different epiphanies when the changes started for them, and Squall was always his own person ever since. He just really started changing as that person that he always was. With Cloud though, because like I said, because of the story, he was not really himself because he's really struggling between that with Sephiroth and with Zack Fair. He was kind of torn in that. But then Cloud, because
the thing is why I want people to understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Zack played a big part in Cloud's personality. That's due to Mako poison and Genova Cell's manipulation. But Cloud is always that dude because it wasn't Zack who defeated Sephiroth at first. It was Cloud. So Cloud always had that ability. Always had that power. It was just him finding himself and realizing that I'm that dude. I'm the shit that I can do this as well. You know what I mean? Is what he has
the thing with Cloud is, he has. I mean, Cloud obviously has a longer story than Squall because he had a past. When he was a Shinra grunt, and then Cloud was not even emo to begin with. He was actually a go happy lucky guy. Yeah, he was a go happy lucky guy. Like this guy having dreams to become a hero, but in a very very bubbly, happy kind of way. That's basically who Cloud was. The real Cloud was seen in Crisis Core when he was talking to Zack Fair the first time, and when they were sharing that relationship.
Clumsy,
exactly
type of dude, but
exactly. And this is why I say I really don't see similarities between Cloud and Squall because for me they're really completely different characters with completely different motivations, with completely different epiphanies on how their characters develop all throughout until the end game of of their respective games. And like I said, with Squall, although every character in FF8, like in FF7, had their own character development arcs. For example, Zell. I love Zell because of Zell, not because of his limit break. By the way, I just want to say that right now. Zell is interesting for me because Zell was a cocky, but he was really genuinely a scaredy cat, like genuinely. Like this guy.
You notice with Zell, the first thing that you said before your angle right now.
Yeah.
You said limit breaks. That's everything a character came in and said. I already prepped everybody how people's going to talk about 8.
You called it.
And everything you did is what I said before. But go ahead. My bad.
No, it's all good. So with Zell, so he is cocky. He is confident in his ability, but at the same time, he is genuinely scared. Like this guy is really scared about what the hell they're about to do However, he did see a leader in Squall. That's why he had also that confidence to basically carry himself and not be afraid in the fight, because he has the ability to do so. And I found that in Zell, when you got to disc 1 and then disc 2, and then there will be a part where you get to use the party as Zell as the leader, and then you started seeing changes in the character as well, even if the way he talks. And then there was that moment where Squall even saves him, from above, and that's where both character developments for both characters, even their friendship, started to change. And like I said, these are such polar opposite characters. That's why I was so attracted to these characters, because they're such polar opposites that they make it work with each other. And also, of course, because it was also personal for me, because I used to be a guy like that. Like I don't really give a shit about anybody around me, because they're so different to me. I play games, I watch anime, and none of the people I know does. And that's why when I see that, I got really attracted to it, because polar opposites having this bond, this dynamic. Yeah, I was blown away by that fact. Like I said, like every character in Final Fantasy VIII, you break them down, like they have like absolutely almost no similarity at all with each other. It's just that when they both develop until the end, that's when they become like united as one. I mean, they didn't change their characters completely, but they got that unity as one character before they fight Ultimesha in her castle, basically the final battle. And that's what I love about Final Fantasy VIII when it comes to characters. Story is hard with Final Fantasy VIII, because, to be honest, especially with that ending, nobody really knows what the fuck happened. It's open to so many interpretations that it's one of the most bizarre Final Fantasy endings of all time.
8 or
and
7?
8.
Oh, gotcha.
And I think I like that shit. I like bizarre stuff like that. Let's just say a lot of people will not like it, because of course everybody wants closure when you play a game. However,
I got closure, but to your point, it is open to interpretation.
It's open to interpretation.
Yeah. Just gone. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, it's so bizarre that until today, people still talk about the ending. Like, that's the crazy part about Final Fantasy VIII. The ending is so open-ended. It's so open to interpretations that even though Final Fantasy VIII is not a popular Final Fantasy, it's actually one of the things that people remember the most. It's that ending, because that ending, if you see that once, you just don't forget it, because it's just a crazy kind of ending. I don't know if you guys saw the ending of Final Fantasy VIII, but if you've seen it once, it's really crazy that it's kind of hard to forget, even especially the imagery and the going back and forth, the time loop.
Yep, man.
Yeah, it was.
Was it? I never finished 8. I actually got stuck on that boss that holds Riona hostage, and you need to heal her.
The
problem. So the problem with the chest, is, I played it like a normal Final Fantasy game. I had absolutely no idea you need to farm for junction. Like, I knew that, but I was not prepared.
The junctions. Yeah.
And also, I never knew that enemies level up with you. Like, I was absolutely not prepared. I think I was,
in 8? Yeah.
I was 17 or 18 when I played, or 16, between 16 and 18 when I played 8. And I only borrowed it from my classmate.
Yeah.
And I literally had less than a week to finish it. So
hell no!
How about that? How about that boss fight right there? That's what I'm talking about. Like, that boss fight. One of the main strategies for that boss fight is really to kill it as fast as possible, because of Rinoa getting drained her health, and you get to heal her, but you cannot heal her all the time. So either you make a decision, you keep on healing her and play it normally, or you go for the kill. Like, you try to kill this boss as fast as possible, and either you do it, again with the limit break, the spells or the potion, or before you start the fight, like when you got that boss fight, right? Before that boss fight, if you die, you get to walk again, and you can fight some grunts. So basically, what I did before is that I made sure Squall and Zell had low health. actually, because I really went in for the kill in that boss fight. Because if you get to limit break them and then get Selfie to heal Renoa while Squall and Zell do the work, and you just keep on reviving them because they're still gonna revive, but not with full health. They're gonna revive with low health as well. But that's what I did until get to kill that boss as fast as possible. Like I said, those are the strategies.
Hey, listen. Let me tell y'all something, man. Because y'all want to have this happy-go-lucky conversation. I'm bringing the smoke over here, man, because the comment was 8 is better than 7, and I'm destroying that logic. I'm destroying that point. It is nowhere close in any facile way. And I'm about to go back to what Akira just said when it comes to story. Yeah. I know you're passionate, Akira, Sumo. I know you guys are passionate about story, but I'm bringing it back to the conversation. It is nowhere close and better than 8. Matter of fact, it's one of the worst Final Fantasy stories when it comes to character development, every facile way on other Final Fantasy levels as well. I'm going to explain why. One of the things I hate about 8, not the fact that it was like a love story, you know what I mean? But the focus on the goddamn love story was way too strong. You had all these characters in your parties, and there was no focus on them. I don't know. I understand you loving Zell and thinking the character's cool, but if you love that character so much with the little time that character has, no background story, no playable side missions or quests, I don't understand how. You don't visit their towns. You don't do nothing. They focus on Squall and Riona. Love story. Horrible. After you play Final Fantasy VII and you are playing 8, you're going to say you love the character for that story? Let's slap the cap. Cut the cap.
I mean,
what kind of focus or development did they have with Zell? What kind of focus and development did they have with Irvin? Quintus.
But see, so I don't disagree with you. If you're looking for specific experiences with each of these characters and the way, the exact way to find that in the same way that you identified with characters and the individualities with those characters in 7, then no, they didn't do it that way. For me, what I loved about 8 was the epicness of the story itself, the overarching story that took place, that we were just running through this crazy shit. One of the reasons, like Akira said, like most people don't even know what the hell was happening half the time. Like you were from.
Nate, I understand you, but the crust of the conversation is me waking up, wiping coal out my eye, and Sumo saying hot take 8 is better than 7, and I'm bringing up examples. I understand you love it, but we're doing the comparisons here.
Okay,
you are comparing a game that took the time and effort to develop every single character that's playable, compared to another game
to another game that decided to give you something different, built you a better system.
I just think they're different. Yeah.
No, I mean, I understand the personal viewpoint, but we're bringing it back to somebody saying, Sumo saying 8 better than 7. I'm trying to tell you, absolutely not. Hey,
I'll tell you one thing that made it hard.
I listened to all the story topics, and he did not bring up that. I get what 8 was doing, but on a comparison level, absolutely not better than 07. Absolutely, like I said before in the beginning of the podcast, everybody in 7 can have their own games they wanted to. Everybody. That's how good the characters were. That's how good they were developed. Everyone. 8.
Well, even early on though, playing it back then, 7. One of the hardest reasons for me to play 7 is because I thought that game was ugly as fuck.
It's ugly as shit.
I know you thought you were amazed
at the time it came out. Absolutely,
at the time
it was
one
of the best looking games when it came out.
Yeah,
in 97.
I didn't like it at all back then. That's one of the reasons why I went so hard on 8 when it came out. Like, it was amazing to me, and not just to me, but like taking the strategy guide to school, sharing it with like classmates and other people that also played JRPGs with me. Like that shit.
I don't think 8 looks that much better than 7. Like, especially when you look at the gameplay aspects. Yeah, 8 had a more longer and other. You can see a little bit more detail, but it was still a lot pixelated. You know what I mean? 8,
Nah.
the cutscenes look better, of course.
Actually-
absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with
Actually,
that.
I want to say, like I said before, 8 and 7 debate is a really hard debate because they're completely different from each other. Well, I mean, completely different in what they want to do, right? That's why, actually, even I would think Jay Barry, because we had this with Wilsonal, I believe. Legend of Dragoon versus FF7 would have been more interesting to me, to be honest, because that both games were doing not completely the same, but they had similar branching, story techniques and character development techniques. Would you agree, Jay Bar?
They were far apart, though.
Yeah, gameplay were far apart. But I'm talking about story and character development because that's where we're clashing right now. In that, we would agree, right? That would be like a more interesting dynamic because they had this similar branching, but not completely the same, but similar.
But the thing is, the thing is why I think 8 is on the lower spectrum of Final Fantasy is because of the differences that it took away from Final Fantasy games. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, there's a lot of core concepts that Final Fantasy has developed for years upon years. 8, I understand, wanted to do new things, but in my opinion, it failed. And in my opinion, looking at everything when it comes to the Final Fantasy game that came after it, it's a clear understanding that 8 failed as far as what it wanted to do when it comes to those system mechanics that people really didn't enjoy. There's a small sector of people that enjoy 8's mechanics because how cheap you can be with the card system and with the junction. But when I hear people say they bringing up strategy and gameplay, they're not talking about none of that shit. Most people that talk about 8 and the card strategies and the junction stuff, they're not even talking about gameplay. They're just talking about look how quick I can beat this game because I'm so broken with this system. 7, don't get me twisted. 7, you can get some broken stuff in 7. It's a much longer way to get to that stuff. It's a much more seeking, like you have to really explore the game to get to some of that stuff or understand, oh, this character here just said a dialogue about this. I'll come back later in the game. Oh, here he's understanding. I take some points where now his dialogue has changed and then now this part of the map is open up or now this part I can get this where I can get these broken materia and all that stuff. It was just more of a fun gameplay aesthetic to me, like fun more. It was just more fun where I can just go and research in characters. I can explore around the world, and it rewarded me for doing that stuff. I'm not saying that you don't do that in 8, but 8 becomes very, very quickly broken in that game just due to the system mechanics.
8 punished you for grinding in battles, where no other Final Fantasy really did that. And I think that's where some of the opposition came. Because if you try it in 8...
Yeah. Go
ahead,
sorry.
Jared.
No, go ahead. Finish your point. Sorry.
I was just going to say that, when you're accustomed to a particular way, particularly with the battle system, to Barry's point, I'll admit it is jarring, the changes, particularly as you've gone through. But if you gave it a chance, right? What I thought Final Fantasies always gave us, a new opportunity. Every installment, a new opportunity. And we get this opportunity to not have to grind and to apply a system to our entire party. And all I'm hearing is this hate. Like, there's no strategy to that shit. Like, there's no thinking about what card I want to get to basically turn into my item, to refine my weapons, to boost up my party. There's strategy behind that. And thinking that there's not, man, it seems like you already had it written off because it wasn't Cloud doing more shit.
No, like I said, when you think that way about me when it comes to the final, like I said, that's why I stated before, I want you guys to understand this is my favorite franchise of all time. I'm just placing it as far as, okay, my favorite franchise of all time, where I place 8 is not the strongest, but I'm not saying that I don't like the game, but it's the weaker one in my favorite franchise of all time. It doesn't have to be Cloud, 'cause like I said, one of my favorite characters is Cecil Harvey. You know what I mean? Cloud, is my favorite dude, but Cecil Harvey is like one of my dudes. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be about Cloud or nothing. I'm just talking about pure system mechanics, fun, what I'm used to in a franchise. it didn't do. And then later on, as the franchise continued, there's a lot of stuff that 8 has done where, guess what? You don't see it no more. It didn't work. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It did not work. The one thing I can say is with the Guardian Forces. That was a system that worked where they applied it to other Final Fantasy. You know what I mean? The stuff that 8 took away, they put that stuff, the stuff that people wanted, and the stuff that 8 had, you had that there in 10. You know what I mean? And what people say about 10, it's not just about the system mechanics 2 and 8. It's also the story. I didn't think the story hit for me personally. You know, when I compare it to other Final Fantasies, you know, other games and stuff like that, hey, I'm cool with it. But when it comes to other Final Fantasy games, it is on the lower spectrum for me.
Okay, and here is the crazy part. Jay Body have yet to talk about the material.
Oh, listen. It's light work, Omar. I'm not even gonna bring up material. I told him I'm gonna take it easy because Sumo said he beat Avengers, and Avengers, that's my shit. You know what I mean? I respect anybody that beat that game, so I'm gonna take it easy.
Well, link up with me because I want to play some multiplayer in this shit because it makes sense now. When I first played Avengers, it didn't. Now it does. So yeah, man. Anytime you want to play,
who did you like the most so far?
From the squad that you get to play as?
Yeah, the original 6.
Iron Man.
Ooh, okay, you're a man of culture. Okay, I got you.
Buddy,
the flight in that game is great.
Play devil advocate in one single thing, and correct me if I'm wrong. Would you at least agree the ending of Final Fantasy VII is bad?
Absolutely not. Why would I agree with that?
Because
the ending got you another game. It got you a movie. How was the ending bad?
What I'm really talking about is how when you see Rex and his kids running in an deserted.
But that's not even close to the time period that we're even at within the Final Fantasy story. That is like beyond the future of the planet. Yeah. So, that's just more so of like, okay, the planet's still here. It's looking a little deserted, but it's still here. But whatever is going on. But the Final Fantasy VII is also is more so like changing destiny, and you're the one that's choosing how the future is going to be. So I don't know if that was just shown there to the showcase, like, hey, this is a possible future that's going to happen. Or this is the actual storyline feature was going to happen, but that's just a small little sector of what we saw. Nanaki and his kids running through.
This is exactly why they showed that again in the remake, because that scene I cannot believe. By the way, when I noticed a lot of Final Fantasy fans did not understand what that scene was. That scene with Nanaki running with his kids is such an important scene. In the Final Fantasy VII universe, no, maybe multiverse now. I don't know. Maybe it's a multiverse, but in the Final Fantasy VII lore, that scene is actually very important because, like I said, they have this branching destiny and changing destiny. And actually, this is why I like FF7 Remake, because they capitalized on that changing destiny. And I don't know why people. Yeah, I don't know why people were mad about that. That was Final Fantasy. That was Final Fantasy VII. Ever since they just capitalized on it. They just took it more further beyond what they did before. That's why I love Final Fantasy VII Remake, because that was one of the things that I yearned for in Final Fantasy VII, because they did really capitalize on changing destinies and these timelines, but they didn't really, let's say, try in the original game to completely explore it. But 7 Remake looks like they are going to. This is why I am very excited for 7 Remake, because that actually puts me on more makes me Final Fantasy 7 takes it higher, in my opinion. I don't know why people are mad.
Curious,
but for me, it takes it higher. Yeah.
I'm curious about in Japan. What's the more beloved series? 7. I think
it's 7. It's 7.
Yeah.
You see, this is the crazy.
Yeah, we already know that.
This is the crazy part.
I was genuinely curious.
I'm gonna tell you something. 7 has the power to move fucking consoles. I'm gonna tell you right now, the interest in Final Fantasy in PlayStation 5 was at a moderate pace in Japan before, right? And then Intergrade dropped. The fucking spike was so high. That's when Japan reached 1 million PlayStation 5s.
And
It was Final Fantasy 7 Intergrade.
And
it was really Intergrade, yeah.
Sell, eh?
Yeah, no,
Intergrade also showcases my point as far as characters. 7 overall, like I said, these characters can do their own thing because they took the time and the effort to craft these characters, have these side missions, have these where you visit a town and learn their backstory and all that stuff. To me, I love that. I love that shit.
Yeah.
The only interesting part I find about 8 right now. I mean, I understand that for a lot of people it failed. I really completely understand this. The only interesting part about for me in 8 is that even if it completely failed, it seems like Square Enix, let's say, still acknowledges it because when they talked about another remake that they would made if they were given a chance, it was actually 8. They actually said Final Fantasy 8. No, it was a like a theoretical question in an interview to one of Final Fantasy Final Fantasy creators. Basically, they were Square Enix, and they were basically asked if you can make another remake, what would it be? This was after 7 remake, by the way. And yeah, they said 8, and I couldn't believe it because I was expecting 9 or 10 or 4.
Yeah,
even
I thought they would
5,
say something else on that
6.
question.
6 or 4.
So I don't think though that 8 was a commercial failure.
Yeah,
it was.
But
I mean, it was huge in my town, so I don't know.
I mean, as a Final Fantasy, again, we're gonna talk facts because this is a debate, right? As a Final Fantasy, it is really, let's say, one of the least successful ones. Let's just say it was still successful in its own right, but it was more of the least successful ones. That's why when I heard that interview, I really couldn't believe that he said 8 because I as someone that my favorite Final Fantasy is 8, I didn't expect that they would say 8 because I know how, like, right now Final Fantasy 8 has a cult following. That's why I say it's a cult following, and I'm part of that cult following. And yeah, like I said, I find it interesting that Square Enix kind of acknowledges 8 still, and if ever they would do that, I don't know, because like I said, I didn't expect it, but hey, I would fucking be open about it. And I wish if they would do that, I wish they also capitalize on the things that they didn't do before, just like with 7 remake. Because 8 has so much more potential that they didn't really use, in my opinion.
I got to push back on that sales, though, homie. I think 8 sold more than 9 and 10.
No, 8 sold more than 9 for sure, not 10.
Yeah, 8 sold more than 9, but 10 sold more though.
Yeah,
10 sold more, but 8 sold more than 9.
Did have like a remaster as well. I'm not sure, but
the thing about 10 was extremely popular, man. Like for me, if I would rank Final Fantasies, based on, let's say, popularity and success, I would put 10, under 7. Actually, it was that big.
Because I think a lot of it's mind share, man. I think in terms of just that sales piece and how it stacks up, I think 8 did a lot better than we think it did, and that's because of the response. You know what I mean? Like, 10 sold maybe 6 million copies. 8 sold 9, almost 10.
Yeah, 8 did sell a lot. 8 did sell a lot.
I think
like,
that's
I would put 8 like probably number
3.
3. I'll put 7, 10.
Yeah, number 1, 8. And then 10 on second. Yeah, exactly.
I remember 13 selling it a lot, but I don't remember the last sales as well. So
actually, 13 is. I mean, if we're gonna talk about least successful Final Fantasy, it's 13 really. I don't know if people notice, but 13 is one of the most hated Final Fantasies out there.
Which
I agree.
This is why I love conversations like this with Final Fantasy, because when I first played 13, I was there with a lot of people where, damn man, I really don't like these stories. But the more I've played it, because I played it back again through like Steam and stuff like that, the more I say this Final Fantasy 13, very, very underrated Final Fantasy. I can get the argument when it comes to characters and like story, but when it comes to gameplay, very, very underrated. I think that's one of the best gameplay mechanics in a Final Fantasy game. with 13. Like I implore people to go and play 13 again. The battle system is amazing. Like switching over to the what would they call it again?
The Aeons.
It's like the Aeons.
Not the Aeons, but you had like different like classes where you can switch over their like you have like a different like
it's like a style
Like
switch.
Ravager
yeah, exactly. It's like a style switch.
Good. It was so good, man. Because even the boss battles in 13 was really difficult, man. You know what I mean? But
this is the thing with 13 Karaba. The reason why it's the most, the least popular is because the learning curve for 13 was way too high versus the last Final Fantasy. That it was Final Fantasy 12, right? And Final Fantasy 12 was, in my opinion, was an accessible Final Fantasy. And then when they went 13, the fucking learning curve went way too high. That's why a lot of people did not like it. By the way, I'm gonna tell you right now, I like 13. Actually, I actually like 13.
The placement of these games. And
I like 13 as well. There's just one character I hate, but he's OP, like gameplay wise. But Neil, oh my god, the most annoying character ever in the world.
Hey, that can't be Snow. It's not Snow, right?
Snow I didn't like. Snow I like, but Vanille.
Okay.
Oh my.
Yeah,
God.
I don't like Vanille. Like my favorite 13 character is Snow. I really find Snow really cool. To be honest.
Snow was good. Snow was good.
Snow was
Lightning
really
is
cool.
just a beast of a character. If you're just looking at the most OP, one of the most OP Final Fantasy characters ever, Lightning is definitely ranking up there top 3.
But yeah, Karaba. Also, one more thing. I think I have a theory about 13. To be honest, my main theory about 13 is that 13 was the start of the experiment for action-based RPG for Square Enix. I really believe 13 was their first experiment, and because of it being an experiment, not really, man. 12 was not completely action-based. If we're gonna be honest about it.
Half action.
No, 12 was kind of based off of like the MMO with 11.
Yeah,
that's why.
exactly. It's like 11. Yeah, it's not completely action.
11, so can't comment on that.
But 12 gameplay wise was great as well. Story, I don't like protagonist that's like the third wheel.
Man.
So story, I don't rank it as high, but gameplay, oh my god, I love that game to death.
Okay.
But yeah, so
I'm gonna ask
13 is the start of the real action. Or 13 is really the start of the real action. Really, in my opinion, it was the start of Final Fantasy branching out to action RPG. And I really think Final Fantasy VII Remake is the game that it is today because they did a lot of experiments. Because if I'm going to put 2 and 2 with 13 and then fucking Final Fantasy 15 and then what they learned from 14, if you really put that all together, what the amazing things that they learned from each of those Final Fantasies, they put that all together in an FF7 remake, and that's why it's that amazing, that perfect hybrid that they mastered, that they were trying to experiment with before. It started with 13. That's why a lot of people don't like 13, because it's such a huge change for Final Fantasy fans. That's why it's the least popular one. It's a really hard to understand gameplay, but if you understand it, it's really fun. I'm telling you, Karaba, you should give it another chance.
13 is a great game.
By the way,
I like 13 a lot.
By the way, both Morgan and Kay, you're all free to speak when you want, eh? But,
I'm really like these damn
I'm
nerds.
not a Final Fantasy savant, so I can't really give an opinion on it.
Savant though.
Whoa, Morgan, you need to relax.
It wasn't an insult at all. I just don't know as much as you guys.
Paradigm shifts. It finally hit my head. Paradigm shifts is what it was called.
Okay,
I got you.
And Kay, do you play Final Fantasy?
With Final Fantasy 13. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Sorry. Go ahead, Kay.
Kay.
I was gonna say I haven't played a Final Fantasy since like the original PlayStation, and that was on like a demo disc.
Okay, yeah.
I just wanna say, Jabari, by the way. Sorry, I wanna ask Jabari because I've been wanting to ask this. Did you like 15?
I actually did like 15. Just the story, I felt like it broke apart. Where I got the sense where probably the writers were having like contention with each other as far as what they want to implement in the game, and I was just like, "Yo, this story fell apart because they set it up really nice with Kingsglaive, and when I got into the game, gameplay wise, I thought it was really good. I like the side missions and all that stuff. All that Final Fantasy stuff is in the game. But it's just a certain section when you get into, I think it was like chapter like 9 or like 10.
Yeah, when
I
you
was
lose
just
your
like-
power, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Not when you lose it. When you fought Leviathan.
Leviathan.
Right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was
Okay.
like, yo, okay, what the fuck? What are they doing
That-
here?
Okay.
You know, with this game?
My thing with
Go ahead.
thing with 15 is a few things, but I'm gonna keep it very short. The fact that summons were, I'm gonna now use the J Body persona word, an anomaly. What I mean by that is luck based, not per se luck based, but more like
Okay.
condition.
You gotta hit a certain criteria.
Condition.
Yeah. All right. I understand. All right. I
Like,
understand.
That for me broke the game for me, because look, I totally get it. Summons are OP and stuff like that. Make it so that you level up your summon. Make it anything. Don't make it luck based. And here is why you shouldn't have done that. I know people that have been through the entire game without having the ability to summon most of this stuff, and that's not fun.
It's
Why do we play Final Fantasy? For the characters, for the story, for the gameplay, but also the definition of Final Fantasy game. Summon!
But here's why I push back on you, Omar. My bad. Because the story already set up why summons are the way, and the only reason why like person like Noctis or the king can use summons, because he had to gain that power within those different sections. But
still,
if you look at the summons was pretty much like a one hitter quitter. Like you know what I mean? Like once that thing is summoned, everything in that field is pretty much gone.
Yeah,
and dead.
I understand, but when you go out of your way to create the amount of shit you put into the concept of summon, and people finish the game and don't even to get to summon one time, like that's
that's pretty bad design.
That's
they can summon
bad gameplay design.
They summon at least once, the tutorial. No, actually twice. You get to summon Bahamut as well.
Yeah.
It's not even
fourth summon.
Yeah, it was not, but there's not even luck. That was more of a plot point summon.
Yeah,
but no, 15, I got a love and hate relationship with 15 because I waited 10 years for that game. I was one of the guys who saw Versus 13. the official, the initial announcement of 15 was Versus 13, which is with Noctis and having a lot darker story. A lot, even the best friends look different. You got Stella before, that was way more interesting than Luna, in my opinion. That you and then even the setting was more interesting. The gameplay was even way more interesting when I remember the gameplay demo of Versus 13. So that's the reason why I love and hate with it, because they fucking changed all of that in a span of 6 months, and that's why the story felt broken. Because
story.
Yeah, exactly. Changed the whole story.
My second biggest issue with 15 is the characters, and more like how they are literally a boy band. Like when I play, no, let me explain my point.
Sorry, go ahead.
When I play a a JRPG, I'm always looking forward to the unique and quirky and characters. Like for example, a pet that can hold a sword with his mouth and fuck shit up. Sign me the fuck up. Sign me the fuck on. A Moogle that uses a robot and a cat on his head. Like sign me up. Anything. But when you have literally 4 dudes, and what makes it even worse is Noctis, which I fucking love the word Noctis. His character makes all his teammates pointless, because he can literally do every single move his teammate does, and he uses the same exact weapons as them with additional ones that they can't wear. It's like, I really wish they found a way to make Noctis unique, while at the same time make their characters unique
That,
as well.
that's the problem, actually. If you remember Jay Barry or those people who saw Versus 13, Versus 13 had a way more different gameplay style. Even the other three had so different gameplay styles that they didn't even look the same at all. They really looked different from each other. They actually looked like a proper party in Versus 13. And if I remember, they showed this trailer with where you're about to fight Leviathan. You know, where you get to jump from spaceship to spaceship. You get to fight inside the building, and that was way better than what we got in 15. And like Jay Barry said, that's when the story break, because I really believe the major changes started there with the Leviathan fight. Because after that, it didn't even feel like the same story anymore.
Okay.
It felt like it went somewhere. That's why it felt broken. And that's
Okay.
why even though I actually love the game, I actually find the ending touching, in my opinion. And I spent a lot of hours with that game, dude. I fought that fucking turtle out of Mantoise. Dude,
that was fun as hell.
I spent 2 hours fighting that thing. I even got summoned Titan for that asshole. And yeah, it was fun though. It was really fun to fight that turtle.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually like the characters in 15. I like the dialogue. I like the support cast, to be honest with you.
The dialogue was great. It was really great. In my opinion.
like
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I don't know why people keep saying boy band group and all that stuff.
Nah,
But
that's me.
everybody in that group
also-
had a role as far as how they pertain to like Noctis. Like you had your protector, you had your teacher,
because
you had your wild friend type of dude.
Knight
That's
is a knight, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like
In the
a
best
knight.
friend, yeah. No, one sec. If
Yeah,
if you
go
played
ahead.
if you played the Royal Edition, where you get to play the DLCs for each characters.
Dude, I bought
then you
the
get-
DLC for each character.
No. What I'm trying to say is when you play that, you get to play as each character then, and then they get additional tag team moves that they already have, and that's where for me 15 gameplay really shines, and a lot of people don't understand that. To be honest, a lot of people don't understand that gameplay loop because there are criteria, like you said, there are criteria that you need to meet to be able to do these moves. But I don't know. For me, searching for them was really fun. And whenever I see it, it's it's always a cool thing to see.
Okay.
But that's just me. Yeah.
With all due respect, we are having such a fantastic conversation. We really need to come through and create an episode or two where we just talk about JRPG.
Oh, dude, I'm down.
Persona
Oh,
and
man.
Chris can also join. But we're literally
No,
1 hour and 20 minutes in and we didn't touch upon one single
I-
topic.
I just want to.
Oh no! Like at the end of the day, to be honest with you, if you like Final Fantasy 8 more than 7, I'm not here to change your opinion. It was just a fun conversation as far as
Absolutely.
No, this was
And I
Absolutely.
wasn't trying to shit on 7
No.
either.
No.
this was a
No.
different
I-
one.
Dude, I love
I
7, bro.
understand the strong points. It's just like if you're gonna do a versus, you're gonna
You
go
need to
at it.
come
You know
with
what I
a
mean? Like,
better one. Yeah, no, this was
No,
not
no.
that cheap.
Again, for me, Legend of Dragoon versus Final Fantasy 7 would have been a more interesting conversation, in my opinion. Like I said, both games have so many strong points that they do that it will be interesting to find out, which one's the better game. Like, let's say objectively, right? And especially to fucking kill the narrative that 7 is a clone of. I mean, Legend of Dragoon is a clone of FF7. It's one of the most stupid things I've ever heard in my life.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shift gears. Trust me, this whole JRPG conversation, I'm gonna start an episode or two and just invite all the JRPG fans, and we're gonna have a blast.
Yeah.
It's my
I just
own
want to
passion.
say.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to say, Jay Barry, did you also put your clown gear on, expecting Final Fantasy 16 on State of Play?
oh
Like,
man, listen, man.
We're gonna
I
save that for
believe
the top.
There
Okay,
is
let's
there's
start.
a chance, and
There's a chance.
I'm not going in there expecting to see it, but if it's in there, you're gonna hear a classic scream. But at the end of the day, I feel like everybody that is saying that it's a possibility that's going to be there have good, have pretty good clause to say that it will be there because there's proof there that it's
I got my clown gear on. Yeah, I got my clown gear ready for it.
Okay.
Facts.
We're gonna shift gears. With that is PlayStation announced a new state of play. Anyone have any expectation? Akira, go ahead. He muted himself. Okay.
That man want to see that Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah.
I want to see that Final Fantasy 16. But like I said, I'm going in there thinking that if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. You know what I mean? End of the day, I'm not too worried. But I do want to see Little Devil Inside though.
Yes,
absolutely. Same. Full agreement.
And I need to see that Spider-Man DLC for Avengers, and I'll be set from there with that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the Spidey.
Nate, what's your opinion on the new state of play? Any expectation for it?
I mean, to be honest, not really. I mean, I'll be excited if it's dope. I'm not gonna cry if it's not. I'm literally drowning in games anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I mean? It ain't no big deal. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing, Final Fantasy 16, maybe something third party that's unrevealed, something from one of the more niche type studios like Level 5. PlayStation's got really strong partnerships with a lot of these developers that a lot of people underestimate from Japan specifically. So I'm really interested to see if we see anything from a couple of those people.
So I'm gonna throw a big ugly wrench at all of you guys that expecting 16. If this was a Final Fantasy 16 event, they would have named it so. They are not gonna use 20 minutes and just show you a few. They're gonna break it down and show you actual gameplay for the. And what I mean is that it's like uncut gameplay for that game. I'm expect because remember one of the lead designers or something like that said when they want to show Final Fantasy 16, they want it to be ready and for people to pre-order the game. So I am not expecting Final Fantasy 16. Yeah.
I wanna state of play is to be honest with you, man. I did not expect a state of play this month. I'm just gonna be honest with you with that.
Well, you know what they do. When they hit us with that bag,
it was a surprise. It was a surprise.
It was really surprising me. Like before, when people were talking about state of play, I thought I was being pranked or something. that was my first reaction.
That God of War PC news, and then they were like, "Oh wait, we gotta cheer him up. Let's get them set up."
Remember. Oh yeah, go ahead, Morgan.
That's all. That's honestly all I want to see.
Which one? Oh, Little Devil Inside. Okay.
Little Devil Inside. I've been waiting for that game, like long, patiently waiting. That's all I really care to see.
There was a 30 minutes gameplay video on YouTube on that. It looks really good. By the way.
I saw
it. Looks really good.
So good.
I know one person in chat would love Little Devil Inside. That's Chris Rice.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the game looks dope, man. I think a lot of people is like intrigued just to see a little bit more. I don't think they don't got to go overboard, right? They don't have to show a whole breakdown of the game. Just give us a new trailer with a release date, and we're set. Because I think the first trailer kind of captured people already. That's their interest. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I would love.
I just want to. Yeah. Sorry, I just want to say, by the way, on February, I really want Sifu to move their release date.
Oh my gosh!
Can we talk about Sifu for a second?
I just want to say, Sifu is facing a Titanfall 2 situation. It's getting sandwiched between two big games.
Yeah, I'm gonna need
it's not their fault, yo. Sifu was one of the first ones to announce the delay to February. Everybody's just like, "Oh, February." Yeah, I just hope people support it. I don't expect people to play it right away. But just watching the videos that they're putting out and like the concepts of like the mocap and all that stuff. The game needs to be. It looks good. I'm with it.
$40,
I already pre-ordered all that stuff, but I know for sure I'm not gonna play it day one. I know for
Yeah.
sure because games
I'm
like
telling you.
Horizon ain't no
I
let me
believe
play
Yeah.
it one day and then go to another game. Nah, you're gonna want to sit down and play Horizon until you finish it and complete it, and that's not gonna take a day. It's gonna take like a week.
Another.
I'm telling you right now. By the way, I made a decision that I would play Sifu first before Elden Ring and Horizon. I really made that decision.
Oh
Okay,
wow.
it's probably
Because-
gonna be a little shorter.
You
Yeah,
have been.
yeah, because yeah, go ahead.
You have
Yeah.
been championing Sifu for the longest, so it makes only sense.
Dude,
Um,
beat 'em
looks
ups
good, man. That
needs
looks
to.
good.
Yeah, we need more beat 'em ups again because they're dying, and I'm just really happy. Somehow they're still there. That's why I want to support beat 'em
Shit,
ups as
if
much
we
as
get
I
the
can.
level of detail like that in a budget like Horizon, ooh,
Bruh.
Yes, the sleeping
Yeah.
dogs on steroids. You know what I mean? Sleeping
Yeah.
dogs, but
Oh,
on
man.
steroids. Yeah,
I
I don't even
yeah,
want to
something
think
like
about
that.
that, man.
Sumo,
That
any
would be
amazing.
expectation for the state to play?
No real expectations. I mean, just to parrot what we've already heard. I mean, Little Devil Inside. Want to see as much as I can on Sifu. I don't think this title would be there. There's really no reason for it to be. I just want more information. Is that day before?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
Blue.
what's that?
Oh yeah.
Blue.
Maybe a Project Eve, maybe? I don't know. Project
Blue.
Eve.
Oh, what about Volcano High?
No.
Or,
Hey,
I
come on,
would-
man. Come
Yeah.
on, man.
I would mute
Persona gonna
everyone
get you.
here. Don't slander for Volcano High.
Yeah,
if-
Game of the Year. Game of the Year.
Game of the Year.
Yeah,
Resident
that's,
Evil
that's,
Village,
that's dinosaur game
DLC.
itself is gonna be
maybe.
goatee.
Village
Oh,
DLC,
Village
maybe.
DLC?
Yeah, Resident Evil Village DLC, maybe. I mean, they said partners, and Capcom is a close partner of Sony.
Yeah,
Oh.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Blue.
Square Enix. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
Blue,
sorry.
any expectation?
Does anybody have? I'd say keep your expectations low and maybe you'll get something nice. But I do hope maybe we
There you
get a teaser for Yakuza 8 or something.
Ooh.
That would make my day.
That's hard.
Mm.
Yakuza 8. You know what? I
No,
just want to
confirmed
want
that
to say
it
this. Since we're going on Yakuza territory, I just want to say this real quick because this is I always share to Omar rumors in Japan that are a hot topic, right? And actually, hot topic rumor in Japan right now. I don't want to believe it. It's basically Sony's looking into Sega, and
What?
I don't. They're looking into
Okay.
Sega, like they're looking into
Into buying
merging with them.
Sega.
And this is the reason why first I didn't want to believe it, but also if I think about it, it makes a little bit sense because Sega and Sony kind of does similar things. Sega Game Division is owned by Sammy Sega, which is like one of the biggest Japanese companies in Japan. Basically, they do movies, they do music, they do arcades, pachinkos. They basically do almost all of the things that Sony also does. They do music, they do games. So if they would ever merge, they have like a similar goal because of their interests are meeting. They can meet each other. I just don't know if it's possible because I don't know how much Sega let's say earns from Nintendo. And let's not even talk about Xbox because I don't think they even
Interesting.
they even earn
It-
anything
it's
except
more-
the Game Pass money. It's just the Game Pass money for
I think it's more
Xbox.
That's the
realistic.
thing. Like, it's hard to
PlayStation
deal with
has a war
Sega
chest.
because you see so many good relationships that they have with the other platforms. Like,
Exactly.
they have a good
Yeah,
that's
relationship
why
it's hard.
with Nintendo.
Yeah.
They have a good relationship with Xbox as of late, and they have a good relationship with PlayStation. So it's kind of hard.
But I'm gonna give you something, like, dude, like a AAA Sonic game by Team Asobi. It's just like
oh,
you know.
what I
mean?
Wow.
You know?
That's like
Wow.
blood. That's blood ritual shit. I'm
Okay.
like gonna go get a chicken.
Yeah,
I'm gonna light some candles.
I'm gonna
we
go.
gotta make that happen.
I'm gonna go to
Blood
you.
ritual.
I'm gonna go to you, Sumo, for the next topic, which is not PlayStation. Kena announced that
Yeah.
PlayStation is
Yeah, Timberland.
Sony. is-
Congratulations to
is
Kena.
very-
Yeah.
Let me speak.
Absolutely.
Sony is very happy, very pleased
Let Omar get it.
with the sale.
You talked
with
enough, Omar.
Speak from the heart, Omar. Let it out, man.
My
You take it, man.
please, let me
Omar, let it
out.
out, man.
Oh,
Speak, Omar. Come on, man.
Dude,
I
you
just
went
let
up.
me
You
fucking say
Yo,
the
he's trying to
fucking
set up the setup.
before
Set
you
it up,
can
brother.
jump on it. Oh my
It-
god.
this man,
I
this man
didn't-
knows how to go off in spaces, man. Like,
I
come on, do it.
didn't
Omar.
even say the fucking topic. Oh my god, it was fucking awesome. Yeah.
His own fucking podcast.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Sony announced that they were very pleased with the Kena sale. Not only that, apparently Ember Lab was a part-time studio,
Dude,
and now they are
Yeah.
full-blown full-time
Yeah,
studio.
they were doing like commercials, but now
yeah.
they're full.
I gotta say, man, it blows me away that this they used to be only short film CGI movies type of studio, and then they are only 20 people, and they're fucking part-time developers, and they made a
Mhm.
game like Kena. Like, dude,
That's their
The
first
talent.
game. It's still hard to believe. Like, damn, that's your first game.
yeah,
Two
That-
brothers
talent.
that are
let-
brothers.
Yeah,
yeah, the two brothers, yeah.
Let's
Two
be
brothers
fair.
that are brothers. Say,
Right.
there you go. Uh-huh.
Two brothers that are brothers
Um,
are that studio, and the composer's daughter is the voice of Kana, and
Yeah.
the music in that game is
Epic.
gangster.
Yeah.
So I couldn't be happier for that group of people because of everything they've accomplished. It's
yeah.
rare to see. It's rare to see, especially when you see people that self-proclaim to be quad A developer.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna
Reach out for
help.
we're gonna
Dude,
talk about
I know-
that. We're
I
gonna
know what the
talk
fuck you're
about
doing,
that.
bro.
Hey, yo, that man seems he's preaching right now, though. Real tough. Real
Yeah,
rap.
you-
I see what you did there.
You're gonna make some people mad out there. Bro.
Nah,
You
dude,
can-
we're
and
gonna
they
we're
can
gonna
stay
talk
mad.
about that. We're gonna talk about that. I just
They
wanna
can stay
Yeah,
mad.
I know.
one the
Yeah,
Perry
triple A.
the Perry and Kana need fixing, like for real.
Yes, I agree.
It's like the
Yeah, I
only
agree.
biggest issue.
I
me-
disagree. I disagree.
Body,
What's up? I
Going
just
against
wanna-
brain.
That Perry is booty cheeks. Let's be
Body
real. The
is-
Perry in that game is booty cheeks.
I disagree. Listen, I
Oh,
played that game on hard. I played that game
Oh,
at massive
snap.
difficulty. No issues parrying in that
So
game. The
y'all-
only thing that I needed to fix was the follow-up attack, and they fixed that though for sure. But the actual parry, no, absolutely not.
Imagine that studio with a $200
Gotta
million
say, Karaba,
budget.
I'm in the same though. Same boat. I'm in the same boat that the Paradin.
I have a
cause me
question
any issues.
from
ahead.
Spartan God, which is very interesting. I'm gonna have the panel answer it. What do you think was a better success story for the dev, Kana or Cuphead? I'm gonna start with Jay Body.
I'm gonna go with
Pretty sure he know both. He played both. Go ahead.
That's a good question.
It's really hard.
But I'm going to say Kana because I think Studio MRD is what their name is, right? They were already they already had that success as far as like landing a publisher, so they can create a game like Cuphead, where Ember Labs, they published that game themselves, and they were part-time developers. And we hear just a couple of weeks later, that the game is successful, and from being part-time developers, now they're a full-time developer. You know what I mean? And right from the rip, we're already hearing that the platform MRD, but I just feel like the Kana is the better success story.
Actually,
got Shuei there, bro. But Shuei was.
I need to
Disagree.
remind you guys for one simple thing, and what's his name? Spartan God, just to remind you guys with it. Cuphead, because they put their houses and was betting on the game to do well.
Yeah, alright.
That's
Yeah, okay,
why,
okay.
in my opinion, it's really Cuphead that has a better success story. Because if this game flopped, they would be destroyed, dude. They literally put their houses on the line.
Okay,
I did forget that. That is true. That is true.
I wanna how do I say this? By the way, I also want to say it's Ember Lab. I understand the high risk, high stakes, right? Of Cuphead. I can understand that, because as you know about the other topic a while ago, Final Fantasy was a high stakes game as well. If you remember, SquareSoft was on the verge of getting bankrupt when they made Final Fantasy, and basically that game really saved that company. That was a success story in my opinion as well. If you think about it, SquareSoft was a big company already, and they were going to get bankrupt, and a lot of those people are going to lose their jobs, all of them, no exceptions. And
Sony
Final
was a part
Fantasy
of
was
that too by buying into their stock and all that stuff.
Exactly, so that's also a success story. However, I think with Ember Lab, it's a bit different. I'm just trying to explain this. When you watch the interviews about the two brothers, right? They always want to get into gaming, but they just don't know how exactly they're going to do it, because they got no experience at all. They don't even believe that they can get into it because there's just so much competition. So basically, what they thought of doing is that technically what they did is also a risk. They said something like, "We're gonna, they're gonna try something completely different, story wise, something that they believed in." Something that they think now a lot of people will be able to get onto. But if people do understand their message, they're gonna love it. That's what they said. And that's also high stakes, because even though they were part-time developers, they were still giving a gamble if this game is even gonna work or not, towards people. And the fact that the physical copies are not even released yet, and they already have success. The physical copies are still releasing on November, right? They're going to get more success.
Yeah,
they're going to get more. They're going to get more money, and the fact that the physical copies are not out yet, it's only digital. It has been, I don't know, was it a month already, or was it even a month yet?
Yeah, it's pretty much a month. They came out the 21st, I think.
Yeah, basically. So then it's a month, and then Sony is already happy, and you got Shuei Yoshida and two other Sony big heads celebrating that Sony's really happy, confirming it with real words, like no more cryptic bullshit.
Shuei Yoshida tagged one woman, which is a big shot in Sony.
Remember?
Yeah.
Sorry. Remember what I said? What I hate about success when they talk about it is they only talk about it through interviews and the way that it can be almost cryptic because there's no proper shit to show it. But here in Ember Lab's case, you got really Sony big head saying with real words that Sony's happy. You know what I mean? There's no cryptic thing. There's nothing. It's just direct to the point. They're happy and they're letting the world know. And for me, that's major success in my opinion.
Also, Kena was in Europe second or first place or third place. Okay, so I'm not sure the exact number, but Kena have been in either top, second or third in both Europe and USA sales-wise. So
yeah, on the PlayStation Store. Like one thing that was a cool fact is that they didn't give like any unit sales as far as how many they sold, like numbers of what that. But they did say that they recouped their money that they invested in the game. So that's pretty good
and
so far.
I'm pretty sure
I'm pretty sure
they recoup it and they're gonna get more.
Of it. And they're gonna make
they're gonna get way more. They're gonna make way more. Absolutely.
Sales. Go ahead, Akira.
Even the success is marketing itself, like Sony big head, like I said, saying that Sony's happy. That's also going to attract some people's attention. Like, why is it, what is it with this game? Why is it, for example, you see someone who's never played Kena before, right? And they see a news like that, like Sony's happy, and you got Shuei Yoshida and other Sony big heads saying that they're happy, and they're going to be wondering, right? Why is they so happy about it? Is it a really good game? And then that will get them more people, get interested in Ember Lab and in the game. And I think if they already recoup costs after a month, the profit will be sky high, man. Like it's crazy. Major success, in my opinion.
Mind you, people held off on buying that game because they want the physical copy.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. This game is gonna do numbers.
It's gonna do numbers.
I would not be surprised if PlayStation picks them up. They should, in my opinion.
I really think they should get XDev to work with Ember Lab, like a second party partnership. In my opinion, I think it will benefit them. Just like with Haven, with Jade Raymond, I think they can do the same with Ember Lab.
We will see.
I believe so. Yeah.
Blue. What's your opinion on this one? And
I'm here. On what the bigger success story is, or
You know,
that
both. You
umbrella.
can give your opinion
Oh,
what you think the better success story is, and at the same time, your opinion on Umbrella success story.
well, that the success story, that there's a success story. That's great. I mean, I played a bit of the game, but I decided to put it on hold. I game shared with somebody, and I'm waiting for the physical copy. But yeah, what I played was great, so I'm happy for their success. Yeah, and, it's a bigger success story. I mean, it's relative. Yeah, you mentioned that the example that they put their houses on gambled basically on their houses. Sure, the stakes were higher, but then again, it's your own choice to decide to put your houses, on the success of a game. So, I mean, I think this also has a certain charm to it that there are a couple of brothers who never made a game and managed to break through with such an incredible debut game. So, it to me that sounds like the bigger success, but it's all relative. But again, yeah, shout out to the guys who made this game. It's absolutely fantastic news.
For sure. And Nate?
I think it's Cuphead, though. I think Cuphead's the bigger success only because of the end result.
Yeah,
and
mainly
it's kind of a difficult comparison because Kena doesn't have that same time. You know what I mean? And it did it. It's doing what Cuphead did without the same levels of support. Like Cuphead was published by Microsoft. Only later did
not funded, right?
What's that? And they funded it.
Oh, but PlayStation didn't publish Kena apparently.
Correct. Ember Labs is self-publishing.
Ember Lab published it on their own, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Sony helped with some support,
funding
help
and everything
developers
like that,
outsourcing kind of thing. Yeah, that's what they got help.
And how much was Cuphead splattered across the dashboard? How much was Cuphead advertised on various websites, talked about previews, this, that, and the other, where Kena had a sliver comparatively? Cuphead has a Netflix show coming out.
So many complaints about Kena's marketing before. I remember that. Even the review codes was a major complaint about Kena.
Right. Kena is doing things with a fraction of what Cuphead did, and look what Cuphead has got accomplished. And I'm not knocking Cuphead at all. Great, difficult game, beautiful art style, great success story of two cats that put the shit on the line and got it done. But when I look at Kena, of two other cats that put a group of people who had a passion for something together, and it only totaled 15, 20 people, and still knocked out, I think, the best love letter to Zelda an indie dev at their first time at bat could ever do, without it being corny, without it being a blatant ripoff. It's just a great, outstanding $40 game. And when I think, what could these people do with $100 million budget?
Yeah, and they were doing new things as well. In my opinion, Kena had a lot of ideas, but they were also trying
ideas,
their own ideas.
Things. Yeah. But when I played Ocarina of Time, and you went into the forest. Yeah. That kind of feeling of wonder and just like, man, this is kind of great. It's all throughout that game. And I just can't let go of that, right? I just love how I constantly am feeling that with the different areas. And it's just a fantastic game. I want nothing but for success for them, because they've shown that their first time at bat, they're doing shit that, AAA plus one can't do.
I want to highlight as well. Remember that Kena also had this issue with I forgot, it was Andy Robinson. He made this article about one of their developers, something about exploitation issues. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
They also went through that as a fucking indie studio, and they still got success after, because everybody saw through the bullshit. It was bullshit anyway.
Okay.
It was a bullshit article.
Nate,
really great message.
I mean, honestly, I don't really have one. I mean, I think it's a great thing. I mean, I played the game and I gave it a 9 out of 10. So, I mean, I clearly loved everything that I played. So the relationship is solid between them. I hope it remains that way, and I hope to see more from them from the future. And I hope way more people play the game. And I mean, I think, despite the marketing, like everybody was saying, I think we all are doing our part. It's clearly plastered all over our timelines.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I mean, and not just pictures. I mean, I think those should foster the partnership first, because I think that's just how PlayStation does it. To be honest, they normally don't pick them up like immediately. They like to kind of let them do their thing, but it doesn't mean they're not assisting them and stuff like that. But I think they'll see where they want to go. Maybe one more go. Remain in very close proximity with them, and almost like a second party relationship, like Akira was saying earlier. And I think if that goes as amazing as Kenna did, because that takes a lot for me personally, because unlike a lot of them in here, personally, there are 2 games at the very bottom of my list, and platformer is one of them. I can't stand platformers. I was so ready to get out of the Sega generation and all that stuff. So I've never liked them. So for me to love one that had a decent amount of it in it and not be frustrated and literally love all that stuff, I think that speaks volumes to their capability and their ability, especially with the team that they did it with. And for me to feel almost a kinship in that regard with the same way that I felt for Ratchet and Clank, which is crazy because that's a huge developer who also gave me that same feeling where, hey, here's this genre I don't really like, and I love this game. So to me, that speaks volumes to their capability, and I think it's just going to foster a great relationship going forward.
Gotcha.
I wanna reveal something, and I will only reveal it. I will only reveal it here. I don't know how many people are watching, but I will only reveal it here.
Go ahead.
I don't know, guys, if you remember, the initial announcement of Kena was the first PlayStation 5 showcase, and I was already in love with the game. Like, I was posting a lot about it. I was talking a lot about it. Kena, and Karaba knows it. I was talking a lot about it because I was really obsessed to the point that I really want to play this game because I was so attracted to it. Ember Lab, I was really active in the community of the Kena community. Kena Army is what we used to call it if people saw my posts.
Yeah,
And I was doing it because I really love the game. I genuinely love what it looks like, and I was excited to play it, and I wanted my daughter to play it. And then before the release, I bought the game Digital Deluxe. I already bought it. I paid it. And then after that, I got a message on my Twitter and DMs from Ember Lab. And what I received is they gave me a code. They gave me a free code, a Digital Deluxe free code, as a gift for supporting them basically for being really active in the community and being very big, being very in love with it, like with no motive whatsoever, but it's just really that I love the game. And what I did is I gave the code away, of course, because I bought the game and basically I gave it to my daughter, and that's how we got to play it. I never revealed this on my Twitter. Yeah, my daughter. Yeah,
okay,
I never revealed this before because I don't want people to think that I love this game because of that, because it's not really it.
No, I know you like
and also I didn't make a that kind of official review because it's a review code. I didn't do that because I just wanted to show that I really was in love with the game as it is, and even after I finished it, I was still in love with the game, and I'm really excited what Ember Lab has next.
Yeah,
I just wanted to reveal that here, since that we're being honest with each other, and this is the first time I've ever said this.
For sure.
And
I
yeah.
know you. Morgan, your baby is kinda.
Yeah, I love Kena. Like I said in the beginning of the podcast, I have to get back and finish it. I got sidetracked with all these games, but from what I played, like I'm right up to the mountain, so I just have to play the final boss. But it was an amazing experience. A lot, it exceeded my expectations, especially with gameplay. I wasn't expecting it to be as challenging as it was, but it was really fun. And as far as Kana versus Cuphead, honestly, I'm gonna have I love Cuphead, but I'm just gonna have to give it to Kana, just because these are rookies. Like they weren't trained to be game developers. This is just something that they wanted to get into, and like you all pointed out, they didn't have the backing of a big publisher. This was they published this game themselves. They didn't have Microsoft or Sony to publish this game. And, 2-3 weeks now, and they already said that they've made back the initial investment that they put into this game. But yeah, I think that's great. I can't wait to see what else they do. They said that they're going to become a full-time developer now, and then they're going to stick to, I guess their next game is going to be a third-person narrative-driven game.
Yeah, they said, third-person narrative-driven game, like Kana. That's what they said. I'm excited about it because I love their narrative.
Right, exactly. They're speaking my language with that. So I was like, I'm all for it. I can't wait to see it. I'm just really proud of PlayStation Nation for coming through and just like, supporting that game.
It, huh?
Yeah, most definitely. Like I was hoping to see it on MPD, but they said that they chose not to put it on there.
I would not be surprised if it's second.
It was on the PlayStation Store charts
because it was because it was digital only, and this was the only
digital only.
Didn't count digital. They even said we didn't count digital, and also according to some information, Ember Lamp didn't even focus on sales in sense of in MPD and stuff like that. So all the way, it's a success story. I'm happy for them. I think we had Kay, right?
I actually wish Sifu gets the same success because Sifu is also self-published. It's self-published by Slow Clap.
We will see.
Slow Clap is a developer of 30 people, by the way. The Sifu developers are only 30.
Yeah.
30. And they're publishing this on their own. Hopefully it's also successful.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Kay, I think you gave your take, right?
I haven't yet.
Okay, go ahead. You were the last.
I want to keep it real with y'all. I did not play Cuphead, and when it came out, I didn't give too much interest into it because, like Nate, I'm not huge on platformers, and so because I didn't look into Cuphead, I don't know much about its success story. So I honestly can't comment on whose success story is
gotcha.
a bigger success story.
Explain it to you very fast. Cuphead developers had to put their houses on the line for while creating the game. So if the game flopped, they would be all thrown out of their houses.
I gotcha. That's pretty extreme. That's like kind of like how would I say it? Like you're putting everything on the line for it, and like I mean, I'm sure in Ember Labs, they put a lot on the line too, and if they don't say how much they put on the line, then we don't know how much they actually did. Like right now, we do know, like you just said, we do know that Cuphead that they did put their houses on the line. From my experience with Kana, it almost felt like it was really close to being a AAA quality type game. Like there were some things to where you can be like, yeah, this is definitely an indie game. It's definitely AA. But it almost feels like they're right there. And this is their first game, and that's an amazing story in and of itself.
That's what makes it so unique. This is their first game, so we're expecting.
I wanna ask, by the way, because I forgot. Did they say the houses thing before Cuphead release or after Cuphead release?
No, before. No, they put their houses before Cuphead.
No. Did they say it? Did they say it after its release or before the release of the game?
I don't know. I didn't follow Cuphead.
Yeah, that's why I don't know. Because just think about it, Scaraba. If people knew that before the game was released, there is also a sympathy angle
Yeah,
for the game.
true.
That's why I think it's an important information to know if the game if they said that after or before the game was released.
Okay. So we're gonna go to we stick with indies. Fist is apparently getting new content.
Dude,
Who's
I
happy for
love
that?
Fist.
I love Fist.
I am so happy about that.
So
I'm so happy about that. Dude, I love Fist. The Fist is Fist is the first game that came out for the China Hero project that Shuei Yoshida started. I think 3-4 years ago when he flew to China after Lost Soul Aside.
Wait, Lost Soul Aside came first, right?
So basically, the story is Lost Soul Aside was let's say that one developer Yang Bing basically he released footage of his game that he worked alone on to the public because he wanted to get some feedback on it, and then it became so popular that Sony got wind of it. Again, he got the small team and he got some funding, but then this sparked interest in Shuei Yoshida to fly to China to try other Chinese indie games, and that's how the China Hero project was born.
Gotcha.
And Fist was the first game from the China Hero project that got released.
Okay.
And for me, I think they did fucking great. I really love Fist.
Hey, buddy.
J-Bar, you played Fist?
Yeah, I finished it.
Oh.
Buddy, you're here?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm listening to y'all.
I know you're
And
there.
I also was screen recording some lives and some spaces, exposing some dudes.
I saw you over there.
My bad to derail it, but I hate people like that.
No.
Yeah,
this is a gaming community.
I get
actions like that is not allowed here.
You
know what I mean? I don't have no clout. I have no presence and all that stuff. Well, I'm gonna do what I need to do to get people like that out of this community.
Yeah,
because
I
bring up people's families.
I would say one thing. I actually didn't want to bring it up. I really didn't. But like, we have literally one dude is over there, literally threatening another dude for simple fucking gaming. Like that.
Video games, you talk about somebody's kids. That's too far.
You know what ticked me off? That's why I went pause for a little bit, because he had a spaces up.
Yeah,
and I had to listen to it, and I listened to this dude space, and he's trying to justify the fact that he didn't bring up nobody personal kids and stuff. He's claiming that Wooly attacked him first, and I'm looking at the whole conversation, and I'm like, this dude is clearly delusional because I see no personal attacks here.
It wasn't even personal. All he said. So all he specifically said, for the record, is your best friends forever, which is what they freaking act like when they in there. Number one, we're gonna keep it 100 up in here because we among gamers up in here. So when they are in there, they yelling and carrying on and cutting everybody off, only muting that specific person that's challenging him. So yes, Wooly was like, "Yo, I need."
Hey. Hold on. Hello?
Discourse and conversations and all that stuff.
Not at
There's
all.
nothing mature about this dude. I've been warning people about this dude for the longest, because the only how I met this dude, Code was doing a space, and Code said, if I don't know who you are, because he's trying to distinguish like who plays games or not. And he's tired of people coming up in the spaces and they don't play no games, and they have all this time to talk. So he had a rule where if he doesn't know you, you have to give up your gamer tag or your PSN. Something simple. Nobody was going to do no research and look it up. You know what I mean? All that crap these people were saying. So this dude was over here just lollygagging and just yap for like 30 minutes, not giving up the gamer tag, talking about he's mature, he ain't giving up his gamer tag and this and that. So I came in there and I said, yo, brother, if you're not going to give up your gamer tag, please leave the spaces. And he kept talking, and I just kept talking over him. Please leave the spaces. If you're not giving it up, we don't want to hear you. And he got mad at me ever since. And I've been telling people about this dude, that this dude is immature. He has very childlike behavior. He's always threatening people with violence over video games. But he's out here in his spaces telling lies to people, the 20 people that listen to him, telling lies to people saying that, he's mature and he's intelligent and all that stuff. And nothing this dude says is the truth, intelligent, or mature. You know what I mean? So nah, I'm sick and tired of this dude. He's getting the fuck up out of here, man.
The first time I saw him was on Z's show, like 3 or 4 months ago. Z invited him to come through, and I guess he didn't understand, Z's show where he has PlayStation and Xbox dudes in there, going at each other, but all in good fun, right? And he took it so personal, like because they were debating him on some topic about Xbox or something, but Xbox dudes were in there too, and he took it so personal. He was just like, I can't stand it. Y'all are here lying and stuff. I'm like, bro, the show is about, capping and just hanging out with your friends. Like, what are you doing? Like, he took it so left that they had to kick him off the show. And then he went on a Twitter rant, like, after the show was over, just going in. Like, Z and J-Dub had to block him because he just kept going in on Twitter like, yo, these dudes is frauds. They doing this, they doing that. What the hell is this show? They're not even really about truth. You know how he goes on his rant about truth and stuff. So he just went on this huge rant, and he was just started crying, and I was just like, bro, because I'm tagged in a lot of Z and J-Dub stuff, and I was like, my mentions were just blowing up. I was like, yo, you need to calm down. He was just like, who are you? Who are you to talk to me? You beneath me. I was just like, oh my god,
Yo,
like, bro.
Speaking of that right there, what you just said, that's what he did to literally try to do to everybody that came in that space the other day. Who are you to me? You ain't nobody to me. This and that, and then mind you, he hold on, I got you. Hold on. So he asked for Strick to come in the room.
Yeah.
And then immediately cut him off before he said half a word about 6 times. Which is about, you coming in on the wrong energy. How you know? You ain't even heard him.
Yeah.
Like, but this is what you're talking about. You about fairness and all this stuff. It's embarrassing, bruh. I'm gonna tell you right now, as a black man in the gaming community, that shit is embarrassing. People afraid of us out here, thinking that people like here out here acting like that. No, you know what I'm saying? I love people in this community, bro.
It's embarrassing as fuck.
Involve race in it. This is absolutely not.
Well, no. I'm speaking for myself.
Why you brought the race? Because he's the one that always touts that as well. I'm a black intelligent man, this and that. But every time you have a discussion with this dude, he's always talking about guns and you being pussy and all that stuff. Like, yo, real talk, I can get there with a lot of people. If you guys knew me back in the day, I used to not on a personal level. If they went there personal with me, I would get there with a lot of these dudes because these guys are so immature and they mentally they're not stable. That you can have a discourse with them about video games, and if you have like any contention or any disagreements, they go personal quickly because they can't defend their points. You know what I mean? And that's the same type of dude this dude is. You know what I mean? It's like deja vu again. And he's trying to bully all these people and I'll bust you with these guns and all that stuff. Absolutely not. Yeah, not in this community. Not if I'm here. You are getting the fuck up out of here.
We're gonna block him.
My bad, Omar. I apologize.
Nah, dude. I actually didn't want to cover it because I wanna.
No, I know.
I wanna have a fun conversation, but it's sad. It's genuinely sad that in case people are not aware, last night I was in one of the best places out there. We were literally just talking gaming, we were literally a group of 10 people, maximum. Just talking gaming, talking about video game movies and movies that become video games, which one you would like and stuff like that. And after that, I was also following a conversation on a different page where I see my team talking about how people are acting all crazy and stuff. And then they said code came in. And when I hear code is coming into a page, I'm expecting a civil conversation, a fun conversation. It can get heated, no problem. But at least you're gonna have a normal conversation. this dude, the host, he kept muting code, muting code, muting code. He literally treated him as if he was a child, one of his kid or something like that.
He did it to me.
Like
I went into one of his spaces. He kept muting me.
Like that's not how you have a conversation, dude. Like it was so disgusting. It was so volatile. I truly commend Code for keeping his composure. He kept his composure and he finished the fucking space. That's how much of a champ Code was. And I said it to him straight. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I went to a space yesterday actually also with less people in it, and I basically said that he's disingenuous, and then he couldn't accept what I was saying, and then he kept on. This guy, whenever he tries to be, to think he's self-righteous and everything, he slips in an insult or two along with what the hell he's saying. And then he's also self-proclaiming while he's trying to make a point. Like, he said something like, well, compared to you, man, I'm pretty sure a lot more people respect me. Something like that, all right? And then he makes a point trying to be self-righteous again. Because apparently, as I understood, this man is a man of God. He believes in God.
We're gonna leave it at that. Just my platform here, I don't want it to be focusing on content.
He also kept muting me, yeah. I remember that, yeah.
Like, I'm here just trying to celebrate gaming. But the problem
No, you good. But it's good to put out the warning because to make sure people don't run into that. And to the point that I made earlier when you said it's not race. So to understand a point in America, Karaba, one thing that happens a lot is when someone here messes up especially in a sub community like that, it is representative or reflects on us. And you got several Black panel members in here right now. So that's why I was saying it's embarrassing to me as a Black man in the gaming community that someone would act that way and threaten people's lives and do all this stuff in this community, because when someone does, obviously there's no reflection of that in my profiles. I ain't got the custom joint, over here like Bari, not yet. I got to work on that. But, and, Morgan has her face on there clearly, but, and, Sumo's got the Urkel joint, but, there's nothing that reflects that on me personally. But when some people do find out, I don't want them to be apprehensive or anything because of the interactions that they've had with a single individual. And not that everyone will do that, but that's why I say it's embarrassing, because for future reference, I don't want other people coming in to our community believing they can act that way. The same way we got rid of the other person that acted that way. You know what I mean? That's the reason why.
Yeah, I'm gonna say one thing. I am fully aware of the American situation and how you guys always walking on eggshell and stuff like that, and the stigma that comes with it. But if I was you, I would not be ashamed of it or anything like that, or take offense to it, because I know you guys. I know you. I know Bari. I know Persona. I know Criticizes, I know Kofi, I know a lot of Black people that are civil as fuck and never took it that far. And you guys have the power to do so, but we always keep it gaming. We always having a normal conversation, civil. It's always
definitely
fine to disagree and have it heated, but we never attacked each other. Like literally just now. We were having a civil conversation about Final Fantasy VII versus 8. It's okay to disagree. We kept it civil, and it was a fun conversation. To the point, we were literally talking for 1 hour just about one single topic, which is video game, and that's what gaming should all be about. And that's what I thought gaming was all about before I joined this community and discovered the amount of fuck shit that happen in here. Hey,
but yeah, it's all good, man. Next topic, it's all good.
Yeah, shout out to the real people and shout out to Yeah, just want to say that.
Yeah.
Let me see what's the next topic. We're gonna go. I need to make sure. Tumo, do you still have time or no?
Absolutely, man.
Okay, I don't. You know me. I don't
We,
want
we,
to be.
we need to ask if Omar, if you have time, brother. It is like 3 a.m.
Nah,
3 a.m. your time.
dude. I have
Okay,
enough
yeah.
time. I have enough time. I'm used to this. And if people wanna drop, they can drop. In the sense of they're free to leave.
We worried about you, man.
Nah, dude. Trust me. I'm more than prepared. We're gonna talk about God of War going to PC. And I'm gonna have Jay Body break it down. But yeah, God of War going to PC, for me, it's a not big deal. But what is a big deal, and Jay Body is gonna highlight it's the way they're treating the PlayStation fan base. Go ahead, Buddy.
Yeah, like, I mean, the whole move to PC, I've been talking about this for years now where I just feel PlayStation don't need to do it. I understand them doing it, it's extra money, but just, in my personal opinion, everything that they highlight with these games coming to PC, they're not highlighting anything PC. The announcement of this game going to PC, they highlighted it with a milestone with the game selling, 19.5 million on PlayStation 4 throughout. This is unit sale throughout, and not just shipped and all that bullshit. This is people in their homes got this game, and that's a great milestone for a game selling that much on one platform. And like, I'm not totally against the whole PC thing like I was like 2-3 years ago and stuff like that, but I'm against the fact that you are putting these games on a different platform, but you're not catering to anybody that buy into the platform that you specifically make. So you have a PlayStation 5, and yeah, you gave us a 60 frames per second update, but why not a native patch update along with this PC announcement? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like
with
nothing in return the PlayStation fan is getting from the game going to PC.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, people's going to deny it as much as they want to deny it. Gamers are entitled. PC gamers are entitled.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You go out there, you invest your money into a platform, a console, a graphics card, a whole PC build. You want that, what you just invested in, to be, utilized. You know what I mean? So, yeah, God of War, you can play it through backwards compatibility, but I feel like the best way and the smarter way to do these older games going to PC is that, we have a PlayStation 5, update or version of the game as well, for those people that want to play on their consoles in that type of fidelity that you're getting over there in the PC. You know what I mean? I just feel like it's a better way. Your name is PlayStation, and you have a PlayStation console, a new console, at fact, where people are buying it. There's old people, there's new people that never played PlayStation before, that probably even played God of War. They're not playing the best fidelity, best version of the game through backwards compatibility. You could have gave them that chance to get even more excited with a native update as well, alongside a PC announcement. And I feel like PlayStation execution of these announcements with some of these PC games are failing, in my opinion. And that's pretty much it, man. That's pretty much it for what I gotta say.
Disrespect for me when it comes to that is one thing, and that is, it's gonna have a DualSense integration, but we still don't have that for PlayStation. Like, what the fuck? Like, they're literally forgetting about their own fan base.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the disrespectful part. Heck, I'm even willing to pay $10 for the upgrade. Just fucking give it to me. I'm really disappointed with this one. And some people know my stance on going to PC. It devalues the platform. No one gonna tell me otherwise about it. Like, that's genuinely what it is. It's devaluing the PlayStation platform, whether people want to accept it or not. And I'm not a fan of it. But hey, accept it.
I find it weird
Yeah.
that Xbox gamers took such pleasure in it. It just seemed like your brother capping at you with mama jokes.
Dude,
you know what I mean? Like,
even...
y'all are in the same boat. Like, everything you get is on PC. Why is this a big deal in terms of a a competitive stance.
Dude,
I get what your view in terms of devaluing the platform, but from strictly competition, if you have everything on PC and your competitor has a handful of their catalog coming to PC, that just doesn't seem like something that you puff your chest out on.
nah, PlayStation is now.
A fanboy.
The problem is PlayStation now is so screwed with what I just read, which is Xbox are gonna be able to play PC games on their Xbox. Like they're gonna be genuinely be able to play God of War on their Xbox. Like PlayStation fucked up big time.
You know what? Let them experience greatness. They don't know what greatness is. So it's say, man,
the thing is,
I'm playing
Akira,
Ragnarok.
like I agree with you,
Right.
but they couldn't experience greatness from 2018. Nobody is
true as
holding
well.
your hand
No,
saying that
true
you
as well.
can't buy a PlayStation
No.
and play the game.
These people are the stubborn beggars. The alms of begging alms for since 2018. It's actually really sad in my opinion, but you know what? I've been playing with the idea because remember Death Stranding had the same discourse where PC got a lot of this cool stuff, and then Death Stranding Director's Cut happened, right? And I was still wondering if is there even enough more time to do a Director's Cut kind of God of War or Horizon or what else? Yeah, those two. Do you think they would still do it, or they won't do it anymore?
That's a good question. You know why? I think they had the chance to do it, but they're just not doing it because the whole time I'm reading this article, they didn't announce the developer or the team that is doing this port. It's Sony Santa Monica themselves porting this game over. The same people that is supposedly creating Ragnarok.
Mhm.
So if you yourself is creating this port for PC, how dare you? How dare you not create a native PlayStation 5 version? You are insane.
Yeah, I get
And
it.
I love Sony Santa Monica, but I call a spade a spade. You are insane.
We gotta be honest here.
I actually get it. Yeah, I didn't know that, by the way. I didn't actually know that. That's crazy.
If you read the article, normally they would announce, oh, here's this development studio or this third party that we is creating this port. They did that with Horizon. They did that with Days Gone, where they announced the people that's actually doing the port. They're saying our version. they didn't announce anybody else. This is Sony Santa Monica doing this port.
Nate, what's your take on this one? Now hearing that they're doing PlayStation that dirty, PlayStation fan base.
Yeah, I mean it's running into the very problem that I said it was going to. And you know me, I'm someone who's played on PC for a very long time. And number one, I completely agree with you that it devalues the brand. That's not even a question, for the record. That's factual. When you lose something that was exclusive, you lose value in that particular device or brand. Them not bringing this stuff up to standard, with the PlayStation 5 definitely being capable of it. I don't know. It doesn't bode well. It doesn't set a very good precedence. I hope it's something that they address and fix. There's been a lot of people actually vocal about that in particular in the community, and I didn't know about the DualSense support being added and stuff like that. And to me, that's just crazy.
PC is getting a DualSense support. PlayStation doesn't have it yet. Like that.
I'm sorry, wait. The PC is getting a DualSense support?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wake up, Akira.
What?
That's what
I'm
mad
confident
about.
that we would get it when that came available. I'm confident Sony would patch the PlayStation.
Like a director's cut?
Sumo, you're way too nice about it. I don't believe it.
When have they ever not kept parity?
If they would have done so, they would have. Heck, Horizon Zero Dawn doesn't have DualSense support yet.
I don't know if it's going to have DualSense support as far as like using it utilizing
it's
the
just gonna
DualSense how
the
the
PC
console
is
does
gonna
it.
be able to
It's
support
just
it.
going to support the controller that you can use it on the PC. From what I'm
Yeah.
hearing, they said for those who will prefer a controller, you will support DualShock 4 and DualSense wireless controller in addition to the wide range of other gamepads.
Oh,
I just
so
need to let
it's
you
not
know.
Oh,
going
okay.
to
I got
be
you.
the DualSense
If
functionality?
it was like DualSense supporting, oh hell to the nah. We'll be me personally. I'll be raging. I'll be atting Sony saying they probably mute me or block me.
Mhm.
Hey, darn it.
Okay, so you know me, buddy. I gotta keep it 100 with you. And before everyone else, I'm just curious. Okay, I will DM you the question just in case you don't want to talk about it.
And me the question?
Yeah, I will DM you because I don't want to fuck up your hard work with what I'm about to ask.
Nah, you can bring up whatever question you want to bring up, man.
Okay.
I don't have a
okay.
problem with
No,
that, man.
okay. Yeah, no. It's just what's up, PlayStation, and your tone in Speak from the Heart is very different, and I seen that, and I'm curious. How are you balancing it out?
Oh, like my channel, my personal channel, like I know I do fanboy content. I've been doing it since I first started my channel. Where one of my first videos is how to handle the console wars, like how to prevail in the console wars, giving tips as far as like you know how to like debate in the console wars. Like one of the things me personally, I love doing the console war stuff because I'm not sensitive like these newer dudes that's coming in here. Where if you talk about PlayStation, these you know what I mean, these people were like, they crying and bullshit. I can really care less if you diss PlayStation or not. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
that
I
doesn't
didn't make
doesn't
the
kill
shit.
my
Yeah,
enjoyment.
but you're
I'm
still
still
don't
gonna
work
buy
for
my
these
game and I'm
but
still
you
gonna play my game on play. You know what I mean? Like
right?
you're
so
still
Exactly.
but you're still building semi-professional show, which is What's Up PlayStation.
oh yeah, like that's why it's
But
on a different
PlayStation's
channel.
still
Like
my
I
preference.
understand what my channel was. That's why the reason why my channel is called Speak from the Heart because there's no real like I'm not holding back. I'm speaking without no filter. You know what I mean? Like What's Up PlayStation, the goal was to have a PlayStation podcast where it's not focused on just fanboying or be talking about Xbox or Nintendo. It's just a PlayStation podcast that will focus on where people can be like, hey, look, there's a PlayStation podcast in the community that don't even mention Xbox not at one time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that podcast was kind of derived from the Council podcast. If anybody knew me back in the day, I had a podcast called the Council Podcast, and that was a PlayStation-centric podcast. But we dibble and dabble in a little bit of fanboys and comparing Xbox and all that stuff. But What's Up PlayStation Podcast is me and Persona. We was like, you know what? We need to continue that. We need to have a podcast where we can represent PlayStation, and people can be proud of that. Where hey, this is a PlayStation podcast where they actually focus on PlayStation. So that was the typical goal with that. And I didn't want to bring me or Persona didn't want to bring any of like our own personal channels towards that because I know a lot of people can view our channels like a certain light.
Yeah.
But this is just something, a new concept. This is a new idea. And that's just what it is, So
I gotcha. I just I paid very close attention when you were talking about that vampire update, and
oh yeah.
yeah, I was like, I'm always paying attention to stuff like that, and it was very curious how.
Yeah, like Speak from the Heart.
That.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm going in on Xbox and
exactly.
on that. But What's Up now? That's not the goal for that podcast.
Hey, shout out to your new channel. It's one of the best things in the game street right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also something that What's Up PlayStation doesn't have to. It don't have to just be us. You know what I mean? Like one thing I'm proud of what you did here is like how long we've been telling you should do your own podcast.
Yeah.
You can set your own tone as well. You can have your own goals, and hopefully you make those goals and stay consistent and do it. The things that needs to require to do the goal. But it's not What's Up PlayStation don't have to be the only podcast that people can be proud of. You know what I mean? Like you have your own. If anybody else have their own, continue to push that stuff, man. It doesn't have to just be one podcast that's representing, a community or whatnot.
Yeah, no, I can name few like not J-Body, Sick Humor, No Cut Podcast, and
Yeah, Sick is a great podcast as well.
And Roundtable, like these are genuine shows. We're gonna move on. Kay, what's your opinion on God of War going to PC?
Yeah, I agree with the Nate. It does devalue the console. I mean, I could see from PlayStation point of view why they're doing it, because it's to make more money. But in the end, it does devalue, and we invest into the console, and it starts to become like what Xbox is doing. It's like, well, why even have a console anymore? Besides whether that you can't just afford a PC, or like I'm on a truck, like I'm a truck driver, so having a console, I love it because it's very easy, just plug it and play. And the other thing is, like with PC players, they will wait forever for a port. They don't care, and then you don't want PlayStation, like how Xbox does, is where they treat PC players better than the people that actually invest into the console.
They're already doing.
And so it's just, we don't want to feel like, we don't want them to devalue the console and then devalue devalue the people that actually invest in the console itself.
Yep. Hey, what's your name? Mark Chili Bandit. What's your take?
Definitely agree that it devalues the console. I wasn't surprised when I saw the announcement. I was just like, oh yeah, because at this point,
we accepted it.
It's happening. Yeah, it's happening. So yeah, I wasn't really surprised at all about the announcement, especially seeing PlayStation's strategy, which is usually to release a game for PC right when the sequel is around the corner. I guess to entice PC players, like, hey, here's the first game, so if you want to play the second one, here's something, get a PS5 or get a PS4 so you can experience the sequel. Maybe you don't want to wait 3 years for the next one. So I get the strategy, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think, like everyone's saying, Jay Barr and everybody, if they were to give us a PS5 update for these games, it wouldn't be as bad, because at least then they're catering to the fans who've been there since day one. But the fact that
the ones that bought them 19 million, huh?
Right, the ones that gave them that 19 million number, right? If they were to give us a patch or something, like at least give us some DualSense support, maybe a resolution bump or shadow detail lighting bump, something, it wouldn't be as bad, because at least then they're catering to us, like, hey, we didn't forget you guys, we still love you, thank you for the support, here's something for the game. But yeah, it does kind of feel like PlayStation's kind of just like, I don't know. I don't want to say just like neglecting us, because it's kind of a strong word.
No, they are neglecting us.
Because it's like, we still get catered to. It's just, I don't know. I just feel like when it comes to this new concept of, releasing their games on PC, they're just not doing it in the best way. Like, the best way would be like what they did with, I guess, what's the next game that they're really Uncharted 4 and
Uncharted 4.
Yeah, how we're getting a remastered, and it's also coming to PC. So it's like we're getting a PS5 update for that game alongside of it going to PC. So at least that way we're getting some kind of, we're getting something out of it at least. So I kind of wish they did that with God of War, but I don't know. Maybe if we make enough noise, Sony will be like, you know what? Yeah, you guys are right. I don't know. I don't even know what to do at this point. It's just like, I don't know.
Okay. What, Blue, what's your point? What's your opinion?
Well, yeah, I saw this coming. I mean, it didn't come as a surprise. Do I agree with it? No, I also think it devalues the platform. So I sure hope Sony knows what they're doing.
I don't think they do.
Because
No, I truly look. Okay, I finish your point, and I'm gonna make my case, and I'm curious about your guys' opinion, especially Barry. Go ahead.
Well, no, I mean that Sean Layden said on your show, Jay Barry, that the idea was we need to get PC gamers a taste of PlayStation greatness, and hopefully getting some of them coming to PlayStation. But you know, I sure hope that pans out the way they intended, and they don't you know put games day and date on PC at some point, because yeah, then I guess it's over, because then there's no real reason to get a PlayStation.
Exactly.
So
Okay, Jay
Right.
Barry, and oh yeah, go ahead. I thought you were done.
no, yeah, that was pretty much it. So
Okay.
make your
Jay
point.
Barry, I really want you to speak from the heart moment right now. With the information that we just had, that God of War and Death Stranding and Horizon Zero Dawn are all going to be playable on Xbox. Do you think PlayStation just fucked up big time?
With God of War, you said going to be playable on PC, or I didn't
No,
hear what you said.
Xbox.
They can stream it on Xbox,
You
Jay
can
Barry.
actually to be able to stream.
Oh, I mean,
God of
I'm not
War?
upset about that, because that's not like natively playing the game on there. That's just using like,
Play like
True.
5 frames per second, and you know.
yeah, that's just
But-
using their like their cloud stuff or
But
the remote play
still,
type
It's like
of
That's
the
board.
it's
still-
it's the
that-
lamest
They're-
flex.
They're
But
exploiting.
not gonna be good
They're
on there.
exploiting the cloud. Yeah.
But that's still
Yeah, like I don't have an issue with that at all. Like I don't really care about that.
interesting.
I'm more caring about the brand, as far as the
It's-
brand I grew up loving, and the fact
Exactly.
that you have a console that can do everything that this PC port can do, and you're not utilizing it. Like if you really
yeah,
want
my
to.
stance. Sorry, go ahead.
My
Go ahead.
bad.
Sorry, Jay Barry.
One more thing here, and I'm done. If you really want to bring PC guys over, then you should be updating your games like you're doing with the PC version of God of War. You know what I mean? Because those type of things,
Yeah.
4K, wide screen and all that, texture qualities and all that stuff, 60 frames or higher frames, that stuff is going to bring them over, because that's going to sell your console more than ever, because now you have these games that they already wanted to play, but you can do the same thing with a $500 console, rather than them paying thousands to $2,000 just to get that stuff. But that's it, pretty much.
Well, you see now,
no,
my
PC
stance
people
is-
are just gonna wait now.
Akira, oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, my stance is this. You know me, when I talk my space, I always said I love it when PlayStation has success, because that means more games for me, right? That's what I said.
Mhm.
And I think the idea is great. Execution, not very much, because it's inconsistent. I think, like for example, Death Stranding actually for me was a good move in my opinion, because it was even more than what PC got, if you think about it. And
I'm
then
playing widescreen
yeah,
mode right
yeah,
now.
exactly. When Death Stranding was on PC before, PlayStation fans were complaining, of course, about all the good shit that they got. But then Director's Cut happened, and it's only on PS5, and we got more shit than they got, but we get to play the same game. And I think it's inconsistent, because it's not always like that. Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone didn't do that. Let's say that kind of treatment. It was more. It was more on PC favor.
Mhm.
And God of War seems to look like that as well. Uncharted 4 is a good example, yes, that it's going to be same PS5 and PC. So I really think I agree with Jay Barr, to be honest. I love the idea that they're spreading out, that they're double dipping money wise, and they're trying to double dip player base wise as well, because they're going to get more players if they market this right, if people don't want to wait for Ragnarok on PC. And it's a good idea. It's a great business idea. Really, really great business strategy. But I agree with Jay Barry that if you're gonna push this strategy, you need to make sure that the console was also taken care of, because you're gonna push new people into the new console that are used to such let's say enhancements in their games, and if you don't get it to PlayStation 5, it kind of breaks the purpose of why you marketed it to PC in the first place. So again, it was a great idea. I think execution needs consistency, because it's not that they didn't do it at all. It's just they need complete consistency in doing it, and I think they need to realize that, because they have such a good strategy, and it's gonna bring more games in general. Because, like I said, more success, but they need to be consistent with it. Because if there's no consistency, then again it breaks the purpose of why they marketed the game with enhancements, to PC going to PS5, like in the first place. Now let's be honest. I mean, God of War. If you play God of War right now and you watch the PC trailer, it's not a lot of difference. You know what I mean? I mean, it's really not a lot. It's not a lot of difference. Let's just be honest about that. However, there is still difference. I mean, even if it's not a lot, there is still difference. And I can relate to this feeling, because I expressed back then when I found out Yakuza 7 is going to be 3 months exclusive on Xbox Series X, the next gen version. I expressed my frustration about that, because I said support this fucking company and franchise for 3 generations. You want to tell me you want to give exclusivity deals, to the other camp, and give us basically a 3-month waiting time, even though we're the reason why the fucking franchise and the studio itself is successful enough for Xbox to get its attention, and they get Game Pass money for it. So I can understand the sentiment, because I was the same. I almost didn't buy Yakuza 7, by the way. What I did is it's Yakuza 7 was the first. It's like what it was the first Yakuza game I considered buying. Like on a lower price, on a sale. Because I didn't really feel. I really didn't feel it, man. Like I was supporting the franchise for so long, and I really felt neglected. That's a good word, right? Neglected. So I can understand the sentiment. Right? I mean,
I didn't. Omar could tell you I didn't. I told RGG I'm not supporting your game. Hell,
yeah, okay.
PlayStation fans have been supporting this game since PlayStation 2. The franchise.
Yeah,
you're gonna have the audacity talking about next gen version going to come next year.
Yeah,
you are out your goddamn mind.
Yeah,
exactly. So, and then the PlayStation 4 was, it went first, right? I mean, in Japan and in English, but yeah.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, I understand the sentiment. I mean, it's not as extreme as with PlayStation right now, the one that Yakuza 7 did, right? But it's going into the same direction, and I think it can be easily fixed with a little bit of consistency. Because if they were consistent with that, not only they're gonna get more success, they're also gonna make their initial fan base still happier than they already are. So I think that's needed. However, in J-Bar, we're gonna be honest with each other, speaking from the heart, right? With the way PlayStation 5 moves right now, despite of these complaints, and like Morgan or Kay said, that we need to make some noise to make some changes. The major problem is now that technically we are not that completely neglected as well, and a lot of players are given this illusion that we're not completely neglected. And what will this translate to is, it will be almost no changes happening, because let's just say majority of PlayStation players will still remain happy, because they will have the illusion that they were still being serviced properly, because you still get the games, right? You still get your exclusives. You still get this and that. So if there will be consistency based on criticism, I don't know if that's really going to happen, because there's not a lot of pushback to this, as I noticed, to this thing. I mean, the pushback that I'm seeing are just insane, crazy fanboys that are just really mad that a game went to PC and no really other deep meaning to it. You know what I mean?
No,
and
there are a few people that made
a few, but I'm talking about the majority. It's more,
The problem is we're too small. Like if we have someone like Jay Body, and of course what I'm about to say, it's not gonna happen, and it's just a pipe dream. Someone like
No, I mean it's also needs to be a. I mean, the thing I like about J Bar and Persona is that despite of their, like I said, they're being true to themselves and what they say, they're realists as well.
Yeah, no, but no, I'm not talking about
Yeah.
that. I'm talking about like
Yeah.
someone like J Body and Persona. If they spoke to what's his name, Sean Layden, and Sean Layden
Yeah, okay, Sean Layden.
then went out to, if I don't know if Sean Layden holds the power anymore in PlayStation or not, but if someone like Sean Layden or someone like Cory Barlog would speak about it, that's way different and would hold way more impact than someone like us talking about it. Sadly,
I agree.
Well, I wouldn't say it's not only that though, because us having the conversation is a lot of times what brings that stuff up. So I would still say our conversation is still just as important to start having the conversation.
Okay.
Because if we never have it, then they never know.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a page out of what's up PlayStation show today, buddy, if I may.
Sure, man.
Okay, they covered a topic called "Are casual gamer overtaking the industry?" Mainly, and
so the question was, I'll bring up the question for you just to get it fully there for you guys.
Yeah.
So the question was, one second. Are passionate gamers becoming the minority in the gaming community, our gaming community? There are more excuses not to buy a game rather than to actually play or to buy a game. So that was pretty much the question.
Okay.
This is
If people want your answer, they can find it on What's Up PlayStation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give mine.
That's a damn good question, though.
I agree with everything that you guys said. But Persona and Body broke it down like no one else can, and I would wholeheartedly agree. And one person in comment section said something. I've been saying it for years now. Gaming going mainstream was a mistake, and I will die on that hill. I will genuinely die on the hill that gaming going mainstream is a mistake. Because what it have done, what it have done, it have opened the door for a lot of casual, not even non-gamers, come in and pretend to be gamers, and people saying gatekeep the normies. Dude, if you don't get the fuck out of here with that statement,
I'll march it.
like no, gatekeeping. This is not gatekeeping. If it's not your hobby, then don't fucking come in and join. It's very simple. You don't.
I love how you always choose violence.
I am not another person. When have you guys ever seen me go to the drawing industry and said, "Hey, you guys need to draw like this. You need to use your brush like this." Like the fuck? Why is it gaming the only industry where people come in when they know nothing about it? They don't play games. They don't buy games. We're literally being not victimized, ridiculous and insulting for fucking supporting developers, for fucking buying
Oh,
games.
that's what you mean.
It's no longer about, look, dude, you just bought the collector edition. Good on you. Shout out to you for doing what you want. Shout out to you for choosing what you want to do. Again, you're a fucking adult. It should be common fucking sense for you to do what you want to do. Like, and I understand it's a Twitter bubble, but I need to explain it how. When did it start to become okay for a fucking kid, literally 18-year-old people, 20-year-old, or even 40, 15-year-old people thinking they have the right to tell you what to do and not to do with your own money, while literally your parents don't even decide that stuff anymore. It's genuinely
What?
insane. Wait a minute, Akira. I'm gonna go with Rashid. Rashid have been here for the longest, and he have not said anything. First, I'm going to give the opinion on what I just said, and then give us your take on the God of War situation.
I just didn't want to interrupt. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you well.
I agree with everything with the God of War situation. I don't like it. And one thing I don't like, I feel like PlayStation is moving away from the PlayStation I loved. So, like games like Gravity Rush and like Knack, I love those games. But I
Yeah.
feel like those made anymore because they're not big games. They're like niche games that didn't sell as well as they wanted. And that's something I don't like. So those, I feel like they're moving. They're a corporation. They're going to try to make as much money as they can. But I'm worried if they're going to try to maximize like profits and not like balance it with creativity. You know what I mean? So that's a fear of mine. And back to the corporation thing, I do feel like a lot of casuals are overtaking our space, but I feel like they don't care as much because it's making more profit, and that's something that I hate because I believe that's what
Hold
that
on a
whole
minute. Who make more money for PlayStation? The casual of the hardcore that literally just bought in the collector edition for Rise
I think
Forbidden West?
No, he means overall. Like overall, they're making more because of the increase in casuals,
yeah,
Yeah.
but they
exactly.
don't care.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
So, say so gaming got more popular, before, when we were kids, like, nerds did it, we might get made fun of things, but now it's everywhere. So you'll have an influx of casuals. So, we may spend, say us hardcore 1,000, but then say it's 10 casuals to one. So our 1,000, they'll spend, 10,000. So I feel like they're seeing all this profit. So they don't care as much. They just want to make these okay, these blockbusters sell, screw those little games that, they were cool, but we don't need to make them because they're not going to make us as much profit as these huge ones. So that's what I hate. Because Omar, I play all kinds of games. I love indie games, all those things. Like I said, I love Gravity Rush 1 and 2, got the platinums in them. I love them. But I feel like those things won't be made anymore because the casuals don't want them. They don't want to try out different kind of games. They just
So
want those.
who's the speaking? Who's the speaking right now?
Oh, Rashid.
Yo, Rashid, I need you to put a little pep in your step, in your voice, brother. You sound tired. You feel like you don't want to be here. I need some enthusiasm, brother.
No, I'm my daughter's in the next room, so I took a
Oh,
little
She
no, I
is
break.
get you. I
asleep
get you.
and she
My
just
bad.
had an upgrade.
I'm
She-
hiding. I'm hiding because she'll hear Omo's voice and once I hear him speak. But no, that yeah. So that's how I feel about it. And I don't know what we can do about it because I just feel like that's how it's moving, and I hate it. But there's indie devs out there that will still give us all these kind of different experiences. But I just hate that the casuals are everywhere, and they just want to play those big things and forget about all those other great experiences.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I need to fix the layout. For some reason, there you go.
So yeah, while you do that real quick, I'm gonna speak on something with the PC thing.
Go
with
ahead.
the thing. So Kay was about to say something earlier, and Kay said something that was really right. So I haven't been just gaming with PlayStation for 25 years. I've been gaming on PC for just as long. I was day one since day one, and I've had a PlayStation day one since PS1, PS2, every single one day one. So one thing I can tell you and I can promise you is that PC dudes, like she said, will wait. So this blends into something Akira was saying. He was saying consistency. What I'm going to say is transparency. They need to let us know how this is going to go going forward, because what PlayStation is doing right now is setting a precedence. Are we doing everything? Are you feeding them a little bit and then nothing? Like, we need to know where this stuff is going, because I'm telling you, if they keep on doing what they're doing and it looks like it's just never gonna stop. As someone who builds PCs, I have built more PCs for people personally that have been completely uninterested in this stuff than I have in my entire life in the last 4 or 5 years. So it is growing exponentially, and at a crazy rate. And it would be growing even more if the GPU market wasn't out of control, because for that $12 to $1,500 mark isn't hard for a lot of people. The problem right now is it's $25 to $3,000, because of the crazy prices. But when that's finally done, a lot more people have gotten more curious and ready to get into this stuff. And if you're ultimately showing people, hey, no matter what, and that they fall in love with this experience, because I've had that person on my timeline where they're just like, oh, I want to play everything on PC. They straight up. But he has a PlayStation currently, because that's just not an option. But if he believes that it is an option going forward and everything is trickling out, I promise you that next time PlayStation 6, this man will not have one. And I have grown with these people, and they have always been beside me. I've got a group of about 20, 30 plus people, and other people that I've influenced over the years, with people that are 50 plus years old, never gamed. And they have all gotten to PlayStation based on the passion that hearing me talk about these games and the experiences that are offered nowhere else but PlayStation. You know what I mean? So even in like I said, even the gamers that have had PCs, they've always had that PlayStation beside them, because there are these experiences that come along where they gotta have it. Like, I mean, I had a coworker when God of War came out. She's, oh, I need a PlayStation. She never talked to me about games ever. Not a word. God of War was coming out. I need a PlayStation. Where can I get one? Tell me the best place to get it. I need it. It's got to happen before that game drops. Spider-Man. Again, homie does nothing but play League of Legends and like, I forgot, Dungeons and Dragons. That's like this man is a PC player through and through. I need a PS4 Pro ASAP. Can I This was Spider-Man. He not only pre-ordered it, he pre-ordered the Spider-Man PS4 Pro. He's like, I need the best. 4K, whole 9 yards, everything. This is the effect PlayStation had. And if they want to maintain that going forward, they got to be transparent and let us know what's really going on. Because if this is the only precedence they're going to set and how they're going to keep moving, you're going to get a lot of people like that who are hybrid and who become hybrid during this generation. They're just going to be like, I don't need a PlayStation going forward. Mm-hmm. And they will wait.
Right.
Yeah.
I
just want to say one thing, and this is not follow. The person that said gatekeeping was actually agreeing with me, and I apologize to him.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I got it.
You went too hard, Carl.
I was ready for the hand.
You're way too violent, man.
At the end of the day, I have had.
Imagine.
Akira,
sorry,
me.
Go ahead.
How many times I don't say the word?
He chooses it.
Yeah, no, I know Caraba, man. Like, just imagine, he beats someone up, they're already dead on the floor, and he would just keep on beating them up, until they're dead.
They're not dead enough, right?
They're not dead enough, exactly.
I want to say one thing. Normally this show goes for 3 hours only. You guys are free to decide. If up to me, I would go another hour, because we have a lot more topics to cover, and I am having fun. So we're gonna vote on it. If you guys wanna stop, we stop. If you're gonna continue, we continue.
Yeah, no.
I mean, we could just be organic, bro.
Let's do it, bro.
No, because
hell yeah.
I'm in it for the long haul. Let's do it.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, let's do it, man. We're already here.
Blue will want to sleep, right?
No, fuck sleep now. I'm playing.
I'm still Saturday. I'm good.
Wait, one person at a time.
Sleep.
Akira, wait.
What's that?
Akira, wait. Blue.
Yeah.
Can you stay or no?
No, it's fine.
I can stay.
Okay. No.
Again, I don't know what sleep is.
Akira.
Oh no, he's asking Blue.
Okay. Then we're gonna go. Nate, can you break? Oh no, wait, Sumo. Give us your take on the whole God of War situation. We're gonna move on from that topic.
My only real pushback is I think that the power of the brand and what it offers, if it's enough to get you to buy a console for one game, I don't think an old game coming to a platform that you already have while all the other unknown is still out there, is enough for me to worry just yet.
Actually, I also want to answer Jay Barry's question, because I actually found it a very interesting question.
Wait,
with the
Akira,
cash flows taking over.
Akira,
Go ahead.
wait a second. Let everyone speak, and then you get your.
Oh, sorry.
Suma, continue.
I just think that, God of War is great, but we have Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, and all of the other titles that we don't know too much detail outside of a name or a code name or an ETA. And so that, for me, when I see God of War itself is devalued, but I don't think PlayStation is. That IP, that title may be, but the brand isn't, because they're still going to have exclusives for that console. And being an IT guy, I'm not trying to play no games on no shit running Windows. I'm sorry. I want a console.
Yeah, so the thing I was saying with that in that regard is what I don't think it's a short term thing. So what my danger is a lot of these people. What I say the danger is going forward is that if ultimately it all ends up in that transition from the PS4 generation, then the confidence of these people who are usually like, I need both, goes to I'll just wait. Because most of them would have just waited if they would have known. I know a lot of people who are like, I would have just waited. Like, so there's a lot of people who do that I frequent with that, like I said, they have that and they have the Switch because the whole idea is that these experiences don't come. Now, to me, the perfect way to do that, like I said, for what PlayStation really, if they really want these people to truly invest in the next generation consoles, and the whole idea is to invest in PlayStation furthermore, is to give them that taste and then cut that shit off cold turkey. Because ain't nothing like a drug you can't get no more of. So, yeah, that would be perfect.
And this is why you're a genius innate. But PlayStation, they're not gonna do that.
I mean, think about it. Think about what that could potentially do if Spider-Man was such a draw for somebody who already was on PC rocking it, right? Mm-hmm. They get God of War. We're rocking Ragnarok. There's no. Are they really going to sit for 4 or 5 years potentially? 3 to 5 years?
Yes, dude, they do.
After they've already got that taste.
No, I just want to say, if they will,
Akira,
I ain't doing it.
Akira, wait. Sumo, Nate, destroy him. Go ahead.
So, no. But I know where you coming from, right? Because I'm that dude. Like I said, I'm that PlayStation dude through and through that's always fucking with my PC homies. So I'm always with them. And it's the craziest thing to me. You would not believe.
They're just like, fuck it, I will wait. Unreal,
they do not care. I do not understand it from a gamer perspective.
I can't wait. I can't wait that damn long. That's why I give a shit about this Alan Wake. You know what I mean?
You're not them. They can literally wait 10 years. I'm not joking.
If you just promise them and they know it's coming, that's what I'm saying. If they know it's all coming, they don't care. They will have a Nintendo Switch beside them or whatever the heck Nintendo comes up with next, and they'll rock that PC to the grave. Like, these dudes is wild to me. It's crazy. Now, like
and
I said,
a lot of them will pirate. A lot of them will even pirate the games.
Well, and that's the other thing. So don't let it fool you. One of the first things I'll advise you on, because like I said, I've been deep in this stuff for a very long time. It's very easy to pirate. Don't let nobody fool y'all. It's very easy. It ain't hard. But these games have no DRM. Like, the day that these games drop, they're piratable. Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone, and to be honest, that's a large reason why Horizon only sold 700 and something thousand copies on there. So it is because of how easy it was. There's just literally no DRM. It's just wide open. And yeah, some of these people may pick these up later as they get cheaper, this and that. But I don't think the strategy that they're going with to continue it going forward indefinitely with the entire library would benefit them to that degree. Now, I think that's the one saving grace where, like you were saying, Sumo, that these people will want to invest because all those games are not there yet and they may not ever come. It has been very selective so far. So that's why I said I think it's in the long term. When we get to at the end of this generation, we'll see how PlayStation has fully moved, and that'll determine a lot for these people. But a ton of new people are also coming in to the PC space, and that's why I say that it's becoming a lot bigger and a lot more prevalent.
Nate, is it a crazy opinion of mine to say next generation PlayStation going day?
I mean, I think that's a fool's errand because I'm gonna tell you right now, that'd be the first time I never bought a PlayStation in my life.
Yeah, I know. But
I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Do you see that happening or no?
I don't see it happening.
Okay.
I think this is the extent of their strategy so far.
Okay.
I'm curious to see where it goes, but I never see it being date and date only because honestly, I just don't think the sales would be there.
Okay.
So it would just get pirated like crazy.
I called it when PlayStation put their blockbuster on PC. I told them. I told everyone. Monkey see, monkey do. They looked at Microsoft and they're like, we need that money. So I would genuinely not be surprised if they do it. And again, we will see if that happens or not. Shout out to Godzilla in the house. And Jabari, I know you spoke with John Layden about this. He doesn't think that it's gonna ever happen. But Sean is no longer at the helm. It's Jim Ryan. What's your take? Not this generation, but next one.
I don't think they would ever do day and date. It's not like PlayStation doesn't value the actual console, because like I said, everything that they announce or everything that they are reporting for when it comes to like their annual reports is all milestones that the console stuff is doing. You know what I mean? Even when these games are on PC, you don't really see any clear indication of numbers that they're putting out there as far as like how well it does on PC. They're just talking about console stuff. Okay. So yeah, even when it comes to like next generation, I think PlayStation they won't go day and date with PC, but I think the push is going to be even greater. Like I even said that if don't put your foot in the water, put the whole dip your whole body in that motherfucker if you're gonna go PC. Why don't you have a storefront? Why isn't PSN in on PC? You know what I mean? I feel like the push of getting PC is just to get like small types of money, but it's not to have long stay money with the execution that they're doing right now, because the things that you tout like PSN, PlayStation Plus, I'm pretty sure that would never go to PC and all that. But those things that you tout like that, monthly active users, putting your game on PC, you're not getting that stuff. Those things that you tout is going to dwindle as you continue to put the games on PC, because now people's going to be like, oh, I can wait. And
exactly
the things that you tout like PSN numbers and monthly active users, that stuff is not on PC. You're putting your games on Steam. You're putting your games on Epic Game Store. You don't have a storefront. So I feel that if they're gonna continue this PC, push, and if they really gonna do day and day, or they really wanna, embrace PC, they should have their own storefront, and they should have like PSN accounts and all that stuff ready to go with these games.
They don't have the ecosystem like Microsoft does.
So then,
to Bari's point, they have to do something like that, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. It's like, they have never had that established PC synergy with their consoles the way Microsoft has. So Microsoft, from their stance, in my view, they're trying to go third party anyway. They don't care if software is on PC because they just want the software utilized through their Gamepass services, right? Or xCloud, whatever that is. Sony doesn't have that in the same in the same way,
Nate, I have a question for you, and because you fuck with a lot of PC dudes, do you see PC dude pay for PlayStation Plus? on PC?
Nah, not at all.
I thought so. This is
Yeah,
why you will never see.
that's yeah.
And this is what's gonna happen. If PlayStation would ever create their own store and put it on PC, one, PC build are gonna expect PlayStation Plus to be for free. Second, PlayStation fans are gonna be livid about it because PC
Yeah, like
build,
like I already told myself, if PlayStation have any first party games that they are creating and they have it on PC where it's multiplayer based, I would never support it because I'm not going to support something where
exactly.
I have to pay extra so I can play this game on the console while they're paying less for the game and no PlayStation Plus. You are out your goddamn mind.
Exactly.
But yeah, I also think Akira, he said he wanted something to say as well.
Yeah, but I was trying to understand, to have people understand the concept of how.
I know, I
big it
get you.
is.
I get
But
you.
yeah, go ahead, Akira. What did you want to say? Akira, back
So,
up.
sorry. No, I was trying to piece it together. So basically, the casual question from J Bar is actually a good question because I made the point a lot where I said gaming is so big right now. It's I would argue that's actually bigger than movies now. It's bigger than music now. It's
That's
just
already
really
a fact. That's already a fact, by the way.
biggest.
Yeah, apparently
that
it's
happened.
Yeah,
bigger.
it's the
bigger
biggest
than
form of
NFL,
entertainment
right?
right now. Yeah, it's the biggest form of entertainment. Arguably, almost everybody's a gamer now because before gaming, if you're a gamer, you're almost shamed for it. Remember that? Remember those times? If you openly say you're a gamer, you're the target of bullying or something. You're the target of shame because why would you game and all that. So now that gaming has become so big, yes, I can agree that there are so many casuals that join the space. However, the thing is, I'm kind of devil's advocate to it because despite the casuals are only there to fill the pockets of studios and publishers, basically, right? However, while they fill their pockets, they're still making the games that passionate gamers love. Is what I'm trying to say. It's just like the success is translating to them making those type of games while trying to also, let's just say, serve the the casual fan base. So for me, in my opinion, that's almost like a good thing for me for someone who wants to have as many games as possible, as many great games as possible, and also the fact that the world is opening up to games. Again, you got South Korea and China fucking firing all cylinders with the games that they've been announcing, and they want to make it there into the console space, to the mainstream space. I'm sorry about PC gaming. I know this is popular, but I'm sorry, but console gaming is still the most popular gaming space. I don't think there's an argument there.
No.
In my opinion, it is.
No, it's not your opinion. The factual statement that PC is the biggest. Would you agree or disagree, Nate?
So PC is the biggest. It's just obviously because PC specs vary, they're not all on par with the console space. But yeah, the amount of people that can play games on PC exceeds the overall market for basically the consoles pretty much combined. But that's because that's partially because no, you're good. So that's because the like stuff like Terraria and stuff like that that's super popular, right? I could play that. I have a laptop. It's a gaming laptop, but even the laptop before this laptop that I have, and this laptop is like 5 years old or something like that. The laptop before this laptop could play that game with tons of mods and all this crazy stuff. And I don't even really like games like Terraria. I'm gonna tell you the truth, but I love that game. I got into it super deep, so that's where I say like it exceeds because the PC space is in such a weird, unique area with it can be sustained with some of the fewest games. And the reason I say that is just because some of them will play these games for years. I know people that still play Counter-Strike to this day,
Yes.
and I met
Yes.
them when I was in seventh
them.
grade.
This is why Crossfire is so popular. It's kind of scratching that Counter-Strike itch with a twist. You know, there's a twist with Crossfire because I played Crossfire. Crossfire is popular here, and the only reason why I said console for me is still the most popular because PC gaming moves in their own island with the multiplayer, with the Counter Strikes, the Minecraft, Terraria, the Overwatch, and all that. League of Legends. That's how PC moves. But variety of gaming, and the way gaming gets pushed forward, that starts with the consoles.
Agreed.
Yeah,
I completely agree.
Sometimes this, sometimes PC moves. Like for example, SSD have been on PC long before consoles.
But SSD is sorry. Go ahead.
Ray tracing
Sorry
has
about
been
that.
long before consoles. So it's like you get some, you lose some with PCs. Sometimes PCs is steps ahead, and sometimes is console steps ahead. Yeah, go ahead, finish your point, and then we're gonna go to.
Karaba, I'm talking about. Sorry. Yeah, I'm talking about gaming in general. I can understand specs. I can understand hardware. However, despite of the SSD and the ray tracing existing on PC longer than the consoles, it became a huge hit after it hit the consoles. Because like I said, gaming gets moved forward only through the consoles, and then PC goes a step ahead of what the consoles can do. That's kind of like their advantage, right? They can do more because they're a powerful machine. But when it comes to the innovation of pushing gaming forward, it starts with the consoles. PCs always wait for the consoles to push gaming forward before they can push further than that. But they are still
consoles. I agree.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's actually a big fact that a lot of people that I game with on PC hate, but I hate to tell them that's just the fact. And I'm like, it's the reason. Well, it's the reason why I explained to them, and this is a big thing, and this is why I said a lot of people don't understand what's happening with the SSD in the PlayStation 5. The SSD in my PlayStation 5 is faster. I have three. No, I have 5 SSDs in my PC, and none of them are faster than the one that I bought for my PS5. They don't have to be. They're extremely fast. All my games load instantly. Games had a threshold, a maximum loading speed threshold prior to, and you can. This is proven. You can look at the video. It's on YouTube. They load one on one of those. They're super expensive. It used to be crazy expensive. Like I don't know, like $3,000 or something for like a 7,000 or 8,000 speed Mbps SSD. And then they loaded one on a standard SSD, a SATA, and then the new M.2s, the ones that everybody's using now. And the game loaded the same on all of them, right? Because the loading speed has a maximum threshold. What doesn't, however, though, is the way that PlayStation is now utilizing it, which PC never really did before. Which is utilizing it in the creation of the game and how the game operates in order to do things they couldn't do before. And that is what's happening when that started being pushed when, like you said, the consoles did it.
And Karaba, this is my final point about PC. And this, I also hang out with PC dudes, and I know they hate this when this is a fact. When you talk about PC, when you talk about bragging about PC, your bragging rights about PC, or why you love your PC, it never becomes because of the games. PlayStation or the consoles, Nintendo, if you're going to have bragging rights for why you play, you're always going to mention names of games. If you talk to PC, they'll be like, League of Legends is on esports and all that shit. That's their only bragging right, because they're also waiting for the games. They're only going to consoles first before they can even get a game as well on that caliber. So again, when it comes to games, consoles are ahead. PC are ahead by hardware, but not by innovation in gaming. And that's why I say that if it's PC has a lot of cash flows and they wait for consoles, they can feel the pockets of these publishers or these studios. But the games that we love, I don't think they'll disappear, because it still starts with us. With the console gamers.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what I believe in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Derek, introduce yourself and what's your opinion of the whole God of War fiasco and PC fiasco in general?
Alrighty. What's going on, everybody? It's Direct. You can find me on Twitter or whatever. My takes on the God of War, man. Um, no, I hate the idea that it's going there, but I just gotta accept it. You know, they 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 know that the rumors were true, and so Sony don't say nothing, and so when this information hit, you know, it's been verified. So my thing is, what is Sony's planning with all this exclusive going to PC? What are they planning? You know, because it just doesn't make sense. Like, bro, you make all this money on your console, but why are you putting it on PC for? What are your take on this? You know, and so I
Because
think,
they
man,
want more money. That's what they want.
yeah, and that's true. Now they may have made a deal with what they call with Steam. They had to make a deal, some kind of deal with Steam and Epic, you know, for them to start having games on PC.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I heard what you said. Yeah, you said you said that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said that they want more money. Yes, they want more money, but they also
not only that. If PlayStation make deals with Steam or with Epic, PlayStation fans are going to be livid because PC people don't fuck with pay for online. And if you're gonna have your game be paid for online on PC and on being on console, but not on PC, like Jay Body just said it right now. He's gonna boycott the game. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
So they can't make such deal. That's why.
Yeah. Well, other than that, man, I say, well, that's on there, man. You can't do nothing about it. You know, you can't really say nothing about it. We just gotta play our games, man. And just hope it's not day and date. Just hope that they don't go that route.
Hey, I said maybe next generation I see them going day and date. People here are disagreeing with me. But hey, only time will tell.
Man.
Yeah. I think we got everyone. I wanna go to you, Nate, so you can break down the whole situation with that article that I told you about. You, as to Nate, did you dip? Let me check on Twitter. Maybe he said he needs to leave or something like that. Nope, nothing. Probably be busy. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the next topic then until Innate comes, which is going to be Jay Bud is gonna love that one. MS release their so either MS released their Microsoft released their numbers for Game Pass or some journalists did that. At any case, they didn't meet their quota when it comes to Game Pass numbers. They were expecting, they needed 40%, 40 million, I think, and they only got 20 million. So
nah. So the report was that their forecasts for their year over year date was 48%. So that was a goal that they tried to get to, you know, for that time. I think they was forecasting it from, I forgot the year, the date actually, as far as the year over year date.
With all due
but
respect, what does
their goal
forecasting
was
mean?
48%, but they got to 37% during that time.
Oh, gotcha.
So they was off the mark by 11%.
Gotcha.
And somebody was calculating like, okay, so if they were at 18 million at this point, and now they're claiming that they're at 47, they're at 37% of what they were at some other point. It was like, so that will put the numbers at like 20 million if you calculate all the numbers. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but that's why I'm like all over the place. But pretty much they didn't hit their numbers, and it does pretty much it brought a little bit more clarity to the fact that everybody was assuming this 30 million mark that Game Pass have hit because the CEO was joking around, or I don't know, Twitter Spaces is going left and right talking about 30 million, 30 million, 30 million, but this just puts it in place as far as like where they actually are, and hence we're not really getting a real proper announcement about the Game Pass subscriber numbers.
Pretty sure they're waiting on Forza and Halo to drop before they announce.
Yeah, I think they're gonna announce it when Halo, because obviously they're gonna get a bump when those two games come. So we'll see where they're gonna be at from there. But at the end of the day, buy your games. That's how I feel. I don't give a fuck who gets mad. Buy your goddamn games. You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah.
wait. Morgan, go ahead.
About this topic. Well, I like Jay Barry was talking about how, when that whole interview with Phil and the CEO of Take-Two came out, and he was talking about, oh yeah, we got the 30 million, right? And Phil was like, we're gonna stick with the 18 million number for right now, right? And Xbox fans, they were just hyped. They just knew that Xbox hit that 30 million, right? Like, I knew, like, the way Phil was talking, he was kind of like looking at him and looking at the camera, like, I knew they didn't hit that 30 million mark. Like, but everybody just knew that the CEO of Take-Two would be the one to know this number for whatever reason, right? But it's not really surprising because they honestly haven't had anything right now to really bump that number up to 30 million. Like I said, that'll probably definitely change when Forza and Halo drops. But as of like the first 8 months, they had Flight Sim and Psychonauts 2. I mean, those are cool games, but it's not really anything that's going to get millions of people to flood your subscription service, So yeah, I knew they didn't hit that 30 million mark, but you never know. They might get it for this holiday. We shall see.
Okay. Okay.
You're gonna have to skip me for a second. I'm getting a phone call from work.
Yeah, sure. Rashid.
I'm glad that anything subscription service will fail. So if it didn't hit them, I don't want that to be any part of the future. I agree with Jay Barry about buying your games, and I'll always do that. So I'm glad.
Facts.
And Derek.
Yeah. I don't care about Game Pass. I don't care about all that. But I buy my games. I buy them all, and to me, it's a waste of time. So they're not making their quota. I love it. I don't care about I don't care about streaming. I don't care about service. Just play your games, man.
And Nate, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Can you? We're gonna actually switch topic from this one. We're gonna go back to this topic, but I want you to break down the whole conversation that I sent you.
The .NET framework?
Yeah, because I understand nothing of it, but you're absolutely livid about it.
Yeah, I mean, so just to explain to a lot of people, if you don't know what a .NET framework is or what that does, so one of the big proponents of why a lot of people that program love the PC environment the way that they do, including Gabe Newell, is because of how open source it is, and a lot of the things that are on the platform are open source in that way. By open source, I mean basically everybody gets access. and or every program gets access in this case. So one of the things that is basically intrinsic to making your computer work, including like I'm an application support engineer currently for an accounting program that movie studios use. And without this .NET framework integrating and working with the computer the way that it does with our program, it basically essentially nothing would work. That none of the programs, we have several programs and none of them would work. So that's how intrinsic it is. And it's not just that. If you've ever installed a video game or pretty much anything on your computer, and if you get a fresh computer and you start it up, one of the first updates that's going to happen, that's going to be in the update section, is your .NET framework updates. It is absolutely necessary. So this is almost one of the backbone structures inside a PC when it comes to programming and all these different things. And what Microsoft is basically doing right now, they basically baited everybody that was in the beta, or whatnot, and testing this program. And then their like senior programmer basically was just like, yeah, so we're just going to limit this to Visual Basics and like one other program. That's it. And of course they're livid because tons of people program in a bunch of variety of different systems and different things, and it's like just shitting on them. And all the programs that this supports and all the different variety of programs that people program on, all of a sudden they're just like, yeah, we're just not going to support it and we don't care. Right as they're basically about to launch this officially. And the level of frustration that would personally bring me would be insane. Like I said, especially when, like I explained to you guys, is that it's inherent to almost every single thing that operates on your computer. It has to be there. So it's like woven in to everything. It's the Matrix. If the Matrix was a thing and it was woven into, pieces of your computer, and the Matrix broke in the background, a bunch of your programs would have a bunch of problems and missing things, and all of a sudden certain things with your network wouldn't line up. That's how intrinsic this program is to the PC and all of its operations. So being limited to Visual Basics, which is their product, by the way, which is the problem, and this is exactly why people don't like them owning certain things. Microsoft, the company, not Xbox. Don't nobody care about Xbox, because I know how people are with that. It ain't Xbox. This is Microsoft, and this is what Microsoft is known to do. They get something, they play the long game, they get you hooked, they control it, and then they pull back the pieces until they're the only ones that got it. And that's exactly what they're saying, at least they're going to do with this program. That works with all these different things and all these different programs, and way that programmers do in this community. And it could ultimately affect even gaming. Like a lot of the programs and stuff that they run and go through, you need programs that run and go side by side with the .NET framework. So that's why this is such a big deal. And them just kind of pulling this and was like, oh, you can't really program in anything but this. Number one, Visual Basics is some basic ass shit, because I don't program like that, but I have programmed a registration program for a friend of mine that was in college, and she got an A. So apparently I got that. But it's super basic. Once you start learning and start pushing forward into programming, it's not that it won't be a part of what you do, but depending on what you do, you may not even touch it. So, but with that, the .NET framework was agnostic. It didn't care what you were on. It just worked with everything. So for them to come forward now with the latest version, that would be like that would be, to give you an example, that the gaming version would be like Unreal, the new Unreal Engine. Let's show it off how amazing it is. It works inherently with all these things, and you could get a game up like Kana in 5 minutes. But guess what? We only gonna sell it to PlayStation, because forget everybody else. We don't even care. So this thing that used to be middleware, that used to be given to everyone, and everybody had full access and could just go crazy with it. Now we're just gonna give it to these guys, and they're just gonna run over the industry, because that's how groundbreaking and intrinsic that tool is. Like, as a middleware software where everybody has access to it, like Unreal, that's basically what you're seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a big reason why everybody's upset. And I mean, like I said, they may fall back on it because of how upset everyone is. But this is I just use this and explain this as the perfect example of why people are hesitant of Microsoft purchasing things, because they do this with lots and lots of things, and then they pull back features or they start scaling back certain things, ultimately until they drop it. Now, obviously, they can't drop this because it's the backbone of Windows, which is inherently what Microsoft is about. But to limit it in that way, that basically, hey, you can only use our program, and eventually they're going to support a portion of something that works on Mac. But like, that's super basic compared to a program that literally worked on everything. Everything. The cash register that you got your groceries rung up on has it in there. Everything.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why this is such a big thing. Yep.
Hey, who wanna comment on this? J-Body? Anyone? Body, you here? He is busy, so...
yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. I honestly don't have an opinion on this topic here, but
I thought so. Okay,
yeah, I'm just listening in.
Nate.
Well, I know. Wait, I know. I know Sumo said he work in IT. I know he got a.
I will have him talk
frameworks.
about it. Nate, can you please send link, Discord link, or just send it to me and I will send it to him. I swear I need to learn this. I'm gonna learn this after the podcast is over. Oh my god.
I got you.
I'm so sorry, Nate. I genuinely am. No, Akira,
I'll just say this:
last.
it's dirty, it's nasty,
yeah,
and it's
ahead,
ugly.
Sumo. What's your opinion on this one?
I just wanted to say, to back what Nate's saying. I mean, it's precisely that, closing off, presenting something as quote unquote open in terms of the availability, and then closing it off. And that Unreal analogy fits perfectly. I think the world would go upside down if something like that was happening in the console space. And for Windows-centric sites and Xbox-centric sites and Microsoft-centric sites to be glossing over it is amazing.
So, do you see them backtracking or doubling down?
I see them doubling down, because there's really no pushback in the PC space. They buy $1,500 video cards. What are they going to push back on?
Oh, okay. Anyone here can talk about it besides Akira? Akira can go last. Who have any information about this? His opinion about it? Because this is out of left ear. One, it literally just broke down a few hours ago, and second, most of us are not PC dudes, so maybe Blue? Do you have any opinion about this?
Yeah, don't trust Microsoft.
We already knew that. Come with something better.
Yeah, we definitely knew that.
Yeah, Rashid, I don't think you have anything to show to that, right? Yeah.
No, I don't.
I thought so. And now, Akira, go ahead.
No, I just want to say, on Twitter, I use politically correct answers. Like things where I think about other people's sakes, and when it comes to a certain topic. But here on this podcast, I'm be honest, the Gamepass trash, bro. I don't really.
I tell you, this is why I always tell you, you should never. The difference between what you're doing and what J-Body and Persona are doing, and you are portraying something you're not true. It's not that not truly you. It's you're suppressing your own feeling and opinion. And what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Exactly.
Is you're gonna have people think you're one thing, but when you come at them with your real opinion, they're gonna look at you and like, why are you coming with this opinion? This is not you. Did you eat something wrong? Like, for example, someone like Prince. I really respect Prince for his for his what he brings to the table. But when I went off on Microsoft, he was like, "I'm not gonna have that yet," and he left. But he chose then to. It's like he plays both sides. What I mean, he tried to be professional, but at the same time, he double in not console warish, but more like a little bit console warish. But when you're genuinely honest about it and call it paid, he just left, and that's what you need to watch out for, so you don't attract the wrong crowd. Because
this is okay. Sorry.
Yeah, because you're not a neutral, Akira. You're also not even a PlayStation fan. You're a PlayStation fan that also dislikes Game Pass. It's one thing. I dislike Game Pass. I have said it over and over and over again. I believe the future is not through subscription services nor the cloud. But that's just my opinion. Go ahead, Akira.
No. So again, the thing about me is that I try to separate subjective opinions. What I call them, it means opinions where my feelings are not within it. Something like I'm just using my brain on this opinion, and the other side would be my opinions personally to me. What I feel about it. Mm-hmm. So if I'm gonna be only subjective, only brain wise, I can understand why Game Pass exists. Yes. But if it's gonna be my personal opinion, yes, I don't fucking like it, to be honest. So I'm gonna be honest, and I didn't say this on Twitter because I didn't need the headache. But when I saw that they didn't meet their target, I don't know, man. I was ecstatic. I gotta say, I was genuinely pleased that it didn't work because there've been so many attempts at the subscription service thing in gaming, right? And a lot of them didn't work as well. And to see the trend that it's still not working, for me gives me hope that maybe gamers do want to buy games, right? And this is also I tried to explain to people. They say they try to damage control like it's just 10%.
I just want to cut you off for 1 simple second.
Sorry.
J-Bari need to leave, so I want to give him his
of course.
Opportunity to say his piece. However, I want to thank J-Bari and Persona for pushing me to do what I'm doing right now. If not for them, I would have never ever started my own shit. So for real, J-Bari and Persona, 2 of the real people I have ever met, 2 of the real people that are genuine and honest. I just want to say that.
Absolutely.
Go ahead,
bro.
Yeah, man. Thank you once again, Omar, for the invite. I'm very proud of you. You doing your own podcast, and I wish you guys the best when it comes to the Game Slayer podcast. Just be consistent. The beginning is going to be always rough. If you're consistent and if you're being real with the topics that you're talking about, trust me, the people will come, and you will grow and you will grow and you will grow. So now I'm just heading out early, guys, because I have a guest coming over, and she wants to see Dune. So I'm leaving.
Yo, let me know what you think when it's done, because I loved it.
Yeah, I started it, but I didn't finish it.
Same, I started it.
I was gonna finish it later today, but text me said you want to come through and finish it. So I was like, okay, cool, watch it.
Oh, we about to Netflix and chill.
Yeah, guys. So it was a pleasure.
Yeah, Netflix and chill, bro.
Now and then talking to you guys, and hopefully you can have me on another week or another time.
Absolutely, it was awesome, bro.
Thanks,
awesome,
You're always welcome. You don't even need an invitation. You should know that.
It's a pleasure, Barry.
All right, guys, man. Enjoy the rest of your night.
On J Barry.
Hey, take care. Bye.
Shout out to J-Bari and shout out to the Persona. Because both of them have supported me from the get-go. And also shout out to Titanfall Princess. She is the first person to tell me that I should do my own thing. And I never listened to her, mostly because it was too intimidating. But when I saw J-Bari and Persona create their own show from scratch and get to where they are now, I was like, let me give it a shot and see where I'm at. So I assembled a team
Yeah, no,
I'm
absolutely,
genuinely
bro.
proud at, and here we are.
So did you? Were you were trying to send? Hold on. You were trying to send Link the invite, right?
Did you send them or no?
No, I'm about to send it right now because
Okay.
I guess he hadn't sent it, so I'm gonna send it to him now.
Yeah, I don't know how to. That's my problem.
It's all right, man. I got it,
Oh
bro. I'm gonna
shit! You
teach you, bro.
sent me the link. Sorry.
I'm already sending it to him. Don't
I'm
sweat
so
it.
sorry. I was too busy focusing on the topic I'm talking with. I'm so sorry. Akira.
Yeah, no, so I wanna try to.
Continue.
Yeah, I did not post about this on Twitter because I know I was about to receive a lot of damage control, and I was already seeing damage control when I saw it. So, business terms, right? 10%, missing your target by 10%. It's big. It's really big. Like we're talking about, Microsoft has shareholders, right? That's a big number to miss for shareholders' eyes, bro. Like I'm not familiar, guys. I wanna ask you, when did Game Pass start?
It was like 2017, right?
2017.
2017, right? So we're gonna see it like this. So there'd be a reason why they will have a target, right? Because that's gonna be like, this is the target needed for profit that they projected based on business averages when you do the calculations, right? And 2017, and then now 2021. And from the last 18 million, and they missed the target by 10% after purchasing a $7 billion publisher, after purchasing so many studios. They went going all in. This is Mixer all over again, in my opinion. They're going all in with the money, like really a lot of money. I mentioned that they're bleeding so much money. A profit is coming from Windows, the Windows side of Microsoft, because that's the selling point of Microsoft, the Windows part. The Xbox right now, not sure. Well, I don't really want to call it Xbox. I would call it Game Pass, to be honest. I really believe Game Pass is going to go software eventually. But yeah, so what I'm saying is 10% is a big target to miss, and it's interesting how you can miss by 10% even after the major power moves that you did. And yeah, I think they're going to realize the answer. It's fucking games. You need those damn games, and this will be an uphill battle for them, because I kept on saying for the longest time they need to fill that thing with content, like consistent content. We're talking about Netflix consistency.
But
of
Akira,
content.
though, exclusives don't matter. That's what they say. Exclusives don't matter.
Exclusives don't matter. Yeah.
I
But no,
think,
they're gonna feel.
for me,
Yeah.
what doomed Game Pass for me is how one game, Psychonaut 2, it didn't even start on MPD.
Yeah.
And while a game
This is for
like
me.
Kena,
Sorry. Go ahead.
while a
ahead.
game
Sorry
like
about that, go
Kena, it not only broke sales, it made profit, and it's just one platform versus Psychonaut on multiple platforms, and it didn't even start. That for me was enough to think, hey, Game Pass is not the future. What do you want to say?
This is
Akira?
sorry. This is for me. All right. I'm gonna try to break down why I'm not a fan of this service. Once and for all. So this is the thing. Again, they need to fill that thing with content. And then recently they said Obsidian is planning to release one game per year. Dude, one game per year?
No chance in hell.
Do you know how? It's a crazy thought, because for me, when I hear one game per year, I hear a lot of pressure. I hear a lot of pressure for those developers. And then this is the thing, man. Remember last generation, Xbox closed down 8 studios because they were not deemed profitable for them. And this is the thing. I'm a bit. Let's say I'm worried about Game Pass. Xbox game studios that need to serve a service like Game Pass, because they are under pressure to fill that thing with content. It seems like Obsidian is already getting the most, because they already mentioned that they're going to release one game per year. That's a lot of fucking pressure. So this is the thing. Shareholders will always be there in every company out there, and shareholders don't really care about the games. They care about the numbers. They care about the profit, man. They care about the money. And if you don't bring that money based on what this service is supposed to do, some of those studios can be in danger. And I fucking love some of those studios, especially Tango Gameworks.
Hey, they signed up for that.
Yeah,
They're not gonna
actually,
beat
Tango
them.
GameWorks was on a no choice basis.
Yeah, no.
Like
Tango
it
Gamer
got
is different.
absorbed. Yeah.
But
But no, that's what I meant. This is the reason why I don't like the service, because it puts immense amount of pressure to developers who can actually sell games. Like if you sell them, they will sell. I think indies, double A's are a different story. I think they could benefit from the Game Pass money. I really believe that, especially if they're not part of Xbox Game Studios. I think it can be a good platform for them to get exposure. But for developers like who already have an audience, like Obsidian and Ninja Theory and fucking ID Tech, man, ID Tech, and yeah, Tango GameWorks and Arcane, they're all under Xbox Game Studios right now. And Obsidian already revealed that they need to release one game per year. So what's going to be the other fate of the other studios?
Hey.
Well, it's the Microsoft method.
Hey.
Yep.
I mean,
again,
Yep.
you signed this. You signed for this. Good luck. What I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, Ninja Theory, again, some of them are, Microsoft saved up some of them, but there is always a price, for them, saving, you scratch my back. Yeah, it's always a price. But yeah, that's the main reason, really. I really don't have anything against people who, all right, fine, you're on a budget and you want to play games, fine, Game Pass is what you need. Okay, I can understand that. But for those people who are, using Game Pass is just really the only method to buy games. Again, I will never forget the Final Fantasy 14 going on Game Pass wish that I saw. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, this
really.
is the entitled mentality. I wanna have Sumo.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sumo.
Yeah, I have Series X, I have Game Pass, I have PS5, I have PS Now. And what I'm seeing is, Microsoft and Sony are approaching streaming like Netflix and Disney Plus, right? They're streaming, but it's completely two different segments or viewership that they're going after. Microsoft's mistake with Game Pass, to Akira's point, I think Game Pass is good for AA indie titles. I think that's been shown. You get people who would normally pass over something to actually give it a try and potentially buy it. And the risk reward is very limited because of the budget, the size of the studios, the size of the games, etc. What Microsoft has done to, I think, their disservice is try to give us, day and date AAA titles, as well as these smaller titles in the same ecosystem as the retail of, again, those same titles. So you have me as a Series X owner with Game Pass. I'm telling you, I have zero incentive to buy anything on that platform, and I haven't.
Hey.
I haven't purchased a single game since getting a Series X and having a Game Pass subscription. And I won't. There's no reason to. Conversely, though, I'm dropping coin on this PlayStation daily.
Would you agree that even indie games doesn't stand chance? Like, look at Psychonaut. It just didn't. They didn't support it.
Well, I think Psychonauts stopped being indie once Microsoft started putting money into
it's a double
optimization.
A. Let's call it a double A. But still, they didn't support it. Like, they're not gonna support it. Like, how long before companies fully understand? Microsoft fanbase, most of them, not all of them, most of them doesn't support it. What you gonna do? You're gonna take the money from Microsoft upfront and call it a day.
Well, you have Microsoft, though, in my opinion, again, making decisions and making moves like it's still the 360 and like they still have that user base, where that user base of the 360, if they stayed with Xbox and that ecosystem, have matured. And they're looking for more story-driven experiences. And so Microsoft, in a fury, they buy up all these studios. But you have to ask yourself, why did they buy Ninja Theory? Why did they buy Obsidian?
For Gamepass.
I understand why they bought ZeniMax, because that's just purely content, because every bit of catalog software that company has is in Game Pass.
Okay, so why did they buy Ninja Theory? Because Ninja Theory was about to be out of job. The same goes because they were struggling, and what's their name? Double Fine was also struggling. The game didn't even have boss battles before Microsoft bought them. Not only that, even Bethesda was struggling. Their games were not doing fantastic, and I'm pretty sure what's his name can talk about that. And Nate, would you agree or disagree? Didn't there was a talk that that Bethesda games were not doing great?
Yeah. So Bethesda was up for sale. I mean, wholesale. I mean, just they were struggling to not Bethesda themselves, but Bethesda, the publisher. Let me separate that because a lot of people don't know there's a publisher and developer.
Explain what's the difference? Because even I don't know that.
So the publisher includes basically everyone that was in that ZeniMax deal. So the Tango GameWorks, the Arcane Studios, both of them. The one from Houston who did the Prey series, and then the other guys that did what was the name of that game? I'm trying to think of the FPS game they did. I can't remember it right now. But the other team did Dishonored,
Arcane,
and then Machine Games, and then of course id Software. And there might be like one or two other small like support or entities inside of there, but those are the main players. So that is what the publisher encompasses, including the Bethesda developer, the one that is the big one, the reason for the whole holy shit moment, which make the Elder Scrolls series and Fallout, of which the last one they released was a mess. But yeah, that's how that works. But yeah, they were definitely up for sale. They weren't doing too hot.
Exactly. Go ahead, Sumo.
And with when I look at those numbers that Akira was mentioning, that 10% is not little. I mean, we're talking what, $230 million a year of a missed target, and on top of that, that number, that metric, is what's given Phil Spencer his bonus, and that was missed. So now he's being directly impacted by a service that he's championing not performing. So what's next? We've got Forza, we've got Halo. And I'm going to bet that dependent on the performance of these titles, we're either going to see a flurry of big name day and date releases hitting Game Pass because they've had success and momentum that they can leverage and market specifically to that service, or they don't perform and you're going to start seeing these day and date releases start dwindling away and be more targeted around AA and indie. And then that's when we start seeing them move into third-party publishing. Because regardless of how they perform, even if they were kicking ass right now, I think them being a third-party publisher full-time is what their goal is. And these moves that they're making are just that writing on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, sorry, Karab, I forgot a point, by the way. The Game Pass, after they revealed the target was missed, right? They also revealed that those bonuses that they normally get, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those bonuses before were tied to Game Pass because they think it will be the successful thing, and that's how you want to do your how you want to prove your word or something, like to get your bonus. But now I'm not sure anymore of how successful it really is because they just start to take distance away the bonus from Game Pass. Like like it's almost like a sign that it's not completely doing well. If you would do that, right? Like, why would you put your bonus criteria on something that's not doing well? You know what I mean?
Well,
And
they put it on it when they were doing, but the thing is,
Yeah.
when they added that bonus criteria, it was when the subscribers had increased like 86%.
Yeah.
From 2019 to 2020, right? That's when they said, "Hey, man, this service is a juggernaut. Let's tie a bonus to it because that bonus is going to be astronomical."
Yeah.
Then 2021 hits. They they dropped by 10. Weren't prepared for it. Everybody lost a bonus, and that's where I'm saying now we're going to see either a pivot where they're either going to dig in and they're going to still give big name titles, or they're going to start easing up because they want to start reaching and meeting numbers, and they don't have the same budget that they used to pull in these titles because these Game Pass deals are it's direct payment. It's not like spread out.
Mm.
Yep.
It's all, and also the software thing again. Phil Spencer did this interview with the VR, right? That they have no fucking plans to do VR at all because, and it's Phil Spencer's words, they want to focus on the software. He wants to focus more on the software because he feels like there's more merits in focusing more on the software than the hardware. I don't know if he only means VR or he means that in general.
I think that's just a Freudian slip, if you will. You don't buy, right? For years, they've had studios. And then in overnight, they buy ZeniMax for $7.5 billion. And you look at all the content that they immediately had access to. It was no different than with Minecraft. They had immediate, repeatable, predictable income at that point. Microsoft is driven by that, and that's the moves that they make. All these games, first party wise, are going to be services. Forza's a service, Halo's a service, Sea of Thieves is a service, Gears will be a service, Fable will be a service.
I would not be surprised if Hellblade turns into a service.
Absolutely. They want predictable income from a subscription, and we all know that they are eating the cost of that right now because of the pandemic. The cloud business on the enterprise side of the house blowing up money, just printing it. They're able to sustain and prop up Game Pass off of those revenues, but that only comes to a certain point. They're only going to do that for so long. You only have that kind of tolerance for that shit for so long. And this report with this missed number and this target, we're going to see changes. It's inevitable. It's Microsoft. We're going to see changes. Are we going to see them this quarter? No. Quarter's almost up. Their big releases, Forza and Halo, are releasing before the end of the quarter, the end of the year. They're going to gauge that performance. And depending on that, I think we'll see how in 2022, more of the hardware starts peeling back because xCloud will be available for Xbox One. The TV app will be available for Samsung TVs and I think LG. And then they have the $99 set-top box that's going to be doing Netflix and xCloud streaming Game Pass games as well. So they're already setting up the ecosystem and the framework to tell any consumer anywhere, you can play our games wherever you want, and you don't have to buy that $550 console or whatever. Sony's not doing that. Nintendo's not doing that. Microsoft's the only one making these sly little moves and using their PR and their social media marketing to mask what their real play is. Because if the community thought that they bought a console that they didn't need to buy, all hell would, the business folds up right then and there. So they have to stretch this shit out and get the investment in people to when they do pull the plug, what are you going to do? You already have the subscription. You can already play the game. You don't need the box. You're likely already playing it on other shit than that box. What are you going to complain about?
They already made that point that you don't need a console to play our game.
That's my point, man. That's all I wanted to say.
Gotcha. Ladies, anyone of you want to say anything about that?
No, they said it all. I pretty much agree. Like,
And
just sad, honestly.
okay, what about you, Kay?
Yeah, they pretty much said everything.
Okay, I'm gonna say okay, final topic, and then we're gonna end it because I'm pretty sure you guys are late and stuff like that. Like I can still go on, but you guys.
Wait, hold on. Wait, before you do that, this isn't the casual thing. I want to speak on that real quick because I gotta go.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So to the casual hardcore thing, the only thing I'm gonna say about that is do not underestimate the power of the hardcore because we made this what it is today, and PlayStation is number one because they have stuck with the hardcore, and that came out during the whole thing when they had Kevin Butler and all that stuff that they went through. It was all based on the hardcore. So don't underestimate that because the casual comes to you. They come to me. They come to the Morgans and the K's and everybody that's in here to get their information, and then they spread that information, which is why games like Persona 5 and Yakuza and all these games have become so pervasive in our medium today and have broken out of their previous sales figures because we did that shit. So so that's all I'm saying. Just don't underestimate what we have the capability of, because before it gets anywhere, it comes through us. So if you don't get the approval at the ground level, and we're telling everybody that it's a pass, it's a 4 out of 10, like you're not gonna get very far. So yeah, you'll have the casual you'll have the casual breakouts, the fall guys and the random spurs of success. But if you want consistent top tier games, you gotta go the route that PlayStation's doing, and PlayStation fans have carried that for 25 plus years. But yeah, what were you gonna ask?
Before you leave, I want your opinion on the next topic very fast, which is Matt Booty came out and admitted that Microsoft are lagging behind when it comes to third-party story-driven narrative experience. What's your opinion about this one?
It's a fact. It's nice to see some honesty.
Weight does this hold for someone like Matt Booty to come out and state something like that? Like, is that not dehumanizing? Does that not put the morale down?
I mean, I think I think it's a motivator. I think it's a booster. Hey, look, this is where we're at. You know what I mean? We're down in the fourth, and they could take that as a demotivator, or they could go in there. You know what I'm saying? Look at what Insomniac does when they wake up in the morning and they eat greatness. You know what I'm saying? And they could come back. You know what I'm saying? And they could go, we want that. You know what I'm saying? We want to hold, the Super Bowl trophy. We want the world title. That's what you should do. That's what we get told to do daily when you don't want to go to the gym. You know what I'm saying? But when you want to come out and you want the 6-pack, you got to go in there. You got to put one foot in front of the other. And in their case, you know what I'm saying? They got to, connect these vertices and, rig these animations and come out on top. No more Quantum Break level animations. You know what I'm saying? You got to step it up because the animations was mid. I'm going to keep it real. You could like Quantum Break, the animations was mid. So if that's what you bring into the table going forward, yeah, you ain't gonna get nowhere. If you want to stand at the top, you know what I'm saying? You want to these people who animate for the Spider-Mans and stuff that genuinely love where they work, that share these things with us on their personal Twitters. They don't have to. I genuinely feel the love that these people feel for where they work. It makes me want to work there. I don't want to work at Microsoft Studios other than a nice paycheck. I don't feel the passion. You know what I mean? I know everybody there getting paid. That's all I know. But if I had the choice and it was between the two, like I'm gonna choose PlayStation Studios all day to work at because I share the passion for that and the greatness and the ability that they put forth, not only for themselves but for us. And that's what I want. That's what I want from a gamer perspective, and that's what I would expect of myself. So no, I don't think it's demoralizing. Like I said, I think it could be. I don't think you're wrong that it could be. But if they are game developers, like they tell us they are, then they should take that as fuel to the fire and that it should look like a bonfire outside of Microsoft, and they should be lighting up, and we should be getting nothing but fire from here on out.
Okay. Well, thank you for your contribution and thank you for coming in. And before you leave, I want to give a huge shout out to you and Nate for sticking with me and for sitting down with me for more than an hour breaking down TVs for me, so I choose the best one. Like, that's something I will never forget, and I will always be appreciative of it.
Nah, man, no problem, man. It was like 4 a.m, but it's okay because I can't let somebody make, a bad decision like that and something that's going to affect their gaming. Someone who I know shares a passion for this like I do. So yeah, I want you to have the best experience. So you know what? I took that L, and I woke up sleepy, but it's okay. I made it through the day, So, and you're gonna get a better TV for it.
Genuinely
So
fucking
yeah, for sure,
appreciative for it. Go ahead, do your outro.
definitely. Yeah, just an 8 on PSN, and the real innate on pretty much everywhere else, including Xbox. I got one of them. It's got like 3,000 gamer score because I don't really care, but it's there. I'll be on it because my PC's on all the time. I'm gonna be on that Forza though. So yeah, I ain't no hater. I play great games wherever.
There you go.
Yeah, man. That's it, man. And everybody, I hope everybody games tonight, enjoys it, and has a really great night.
Enjoy your dinner.
Bye, Nate.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna still be a listener if y'all continue.
Okay.
I got you.
Oh,
I'm gonna put my earbuds in.
We were gonna talk shit about you when you were leaving.
Damn, right?
Now we can't.
No, I'm about to get in the stands with the rest of the fans.
Yeah.
If anyone else wants to leave, feel free to do so because I do want to cover the next topic and call it a day.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave too.
Yeah, you're gonna leave. Hey, I genuinely apologize, Blue, for being this late, but
no problem.
This is why when I saw the topic and I knew it's J Body gonna be here, I was like, yeah, no, we're gonna need 3 hours. And we're already going 4 hours straight. So I apologize.
No problem.
Go ahead, do your outro.
Hey guys.
Bye.
Yes, Blue Horizon, aka
Bye,
Blue, and long live the Otter Nation.
Otter Nation.
Otter Nation forever.
Block you and
Let's
mute
go.
you. Go ahead.
Yes, please. Let's do it.
That's podcast. Okay, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
What's up,
night.
Cliff?
Anyone else need to leave?
No.
Okay, I have to make sure because I'm pretty sure you're a guy.
Actually gotta go.
Sorry?
I do have to go myself.
Yeah, you already went 4 hours, dude. You're supposed to go 1 hour. I absolutely have no idea what I say to you. I appreciate it. I hope it doesn't impact you and your appointment you have later on. And
No, man, we're good.
You're always welcome. Even if after you took that L with that FF8 today. Hey! That's fair point.
Yeah.
Hey.
I appreciate it.
You
I
for
appreciate
coming
it.
in. Go ahead. Do your
Thanks
outro.
for having me, man. For real,
Bye, Smo.
appreciate it.
Go ahead,
It's
do
a
your
pleasure.
outro.
Great panel. I just appreciate the opportunity to spit, man. I really appreciate, love everybody's perspective. I'm only on Twitter. Yes, my name is Sumo is my handle. Feel free to come holler at me. And like I said, man, it's been a pleasure. I hope to stay in touch with all y'all.
Oh, for sure.
Bye.
Later, Suma.
Have a good one, y'all.
The only reason why I had Zuma on because I seen his FF7 versus 8 conversation. I was like, okay, let me see what I can do with this one. So
Yes, that's cool.
I asked him, do you want to join? He said yes. And I asked Buddy, do you want to join? And he was down for the count. So that's how it happened.
There you go.
All it takes is one single topic, and we're gonna have to talk about it and have a conversation about it. Again, panel, I genuinely appreciate what you guys been through. It's fucking late for you guys. Well, for me it's a month, but I'm new to it. The final topic is gonna be, well, two topics. One is the golden joystick. Oh no, golden something. What is that written? I have it as a as I don't
Trash.
I don't
Trash.
have it
Yeah.
as. No, it's not trash. It's not trash.
I have
I know a kid
fucking
was mad
strong
seeing me in that lost
feelings
judgment
about
was on
that
the
bullshit. I
Xbox
swear to
side.
God.
Yeah, it's a
So
golden.
mad about that bullshit.
It's a golden joystick award. On PlayStation side, it's missing Kana, it's missing Ratchet, it's missing.
Garbage joystick award.
No,
Yeah.
it does have Ratchet. It's missing Kana for Game of the Year. It's missing Kana at Best PlayStation Game. It's missing Returnal at Game of the Year. Like what we're doing here.
I'm just gonna say it.
No, and
Good.
one last thing. On Xbox, they have Judgment, the last Judgment as their Game of the Year contender. Like, excuse me? Like, excuse fucking me? Like, PlayStation.
They got no games, bro. They got no fucking.
PlayStation alone have
Yeah.
more than enough games to be counted of their own. They doesn't need Tales of
Village.
Arise in their corner. They don't
Village.
need anything else in their corner. When it's a fucking PlayStation award, it should be about what PlayStation have produced. And excuse
Yes.
fucking me, how you gonna put Psycho fucking Nut 2 for the conversation for Game of the Year and not Kena? How you gonna do that? Psychonaut 2 for Game of the fucking Year and not Returnal. The fuck?
That is
Bro,
trash.
I don't use the R word a lot, but that fucking list was retarded. Sorry, man. Dude,
Wait,
I'm
Akira,
just gonna say
I'm
it.
gonna go with you last. The Rec, go ahead.
That thing is trash, man. Like, is this legit? A legit list?
It's genuinely
Legit list. It's legit trash. Exactly.
Oh man.
Yeah.
How do you, dude? Kano sold a lot. Are you telling me Kano shouldn't be up there? Oh, and Psychonauts too? Oh, bro. Oh man.
Lost Judgment and Xbox Game of the Year. Almost nobody bought the damn game. 10%. 10 fucking percent gets Game of the Year, and oh man, that's so shit.
Oh
I
man.
can't
The
even begin.
disrespect. The dis fucking respect. Go ahead, Rashid. Rashid, you here? No, not here. Morgan.
Yeah, I saw that list. I was like, oh snap, they put the list up. Let me look. I have never been so confused in my life. I was like, wait a minute. Like, I was just reading all the lists, and I got down to the big award, and I'm like, yo, where's Returnal at? Why is it not nominated for? Well, I don't think it's their award is called. Was it?
They were
is it Game of the Year thing or something? It might be titled something different. But I was just like, yo, where is it at? I was like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. But they had it there for like sound design and
if
two other awards.
If Returnal doesn't win sound design, I'm gonna riot.
Yeah, that sound design was crazy.
They were high as
fuck
fuck when they made that list. They were high as fuck.
Bro,
there's no explanation.
I immediately thought of you, Akira, when I saw Lost Judgment on Xbox. I was like, bro, I wonder what he's gonna think when he sees this, because ain't no way.
Yeah, we're gonna have Akira at the final.
Yeah, I was so bad.
But yeah, that whole list.
Yeah, because
weird.
we know it's gonna go ham.
There's no, because Psychonauts 2 didn't get a lot of support, so I'm just trying to figure out how the hell it got there. So, but you know what? I'm not even going to judge because I didn't play it, so I can't talk about it.
You know what it feels to me? It feels they didn't want PlayStation to win every award. They have to balance it out.
Y'all ain't getting shit this gen.
PlayStation competing with themselves at this point. They'll hit the games. Yeah.
You gotta go let the other kids play PlayStation.
Okay, what's your opinion on this one?
I'm sorry if I bought out because I'm like grabbing up in the mountains right now. Yeah, when I saw that, I thought it was ridiculous what they had put up and what they have left out. Like, okay, so Mass Effect Legendary Edition, was that a remaster?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, remaster got nominated. Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's just my opinion, you know. But in my opinion, I don't think that should even be on the list at all.
Of course not.
Thank you. Thank you. I was like, wait a minute, a remaster?
Like, are you kidding me? And then, like, you're gonna have Psychonauts 2, but like everyone else was saying, you're not gonna put Returnal or Kana. But you're gonna have a remaster edition on there.
Was Ghost of Tsushima there?
Nah, Ghost of Tsushima is not Game of the Year, but it's in the conversation of
the DLC.
Best DLC, yeah.
Yeah, best DLC.
It's not even.
That's fair.
I don't
That's fair.
know if I don't know if it's in the PlayStation of the Year award, but it's abysmal all the way through.
Director's Cut. That's right. Director's Cut was nominated.
What?
Director's Cut was nominated.
Wait, go ahead.
That's trending.
Wait, go ahead, Morgan.
Very good.
Oh, that wasn't me. I didn't say anything.
Oh.
That was Kate.
Oh no, I said I think they had a DLC category, and that's what Tsushima was on.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Director's Cut, right? Director's Cut was nominated.
Wait.
There's a DLC, and Returnal is also in the audio category.
Yeah, only audio.
Yeah,
and that's it.
As it should be.
It's abysmal. Go ahead, Rashid. What's your opinion on this one?
No, I agree with you guys. When you were calling for me earlier, I was looking at the list. I think they don't want PlayStation to sweep, but I don't feel that's fair. You know what I mean? Just put the best that are out
Exactly.
there.
It's
And
literally
if PlayStation
political.
happens to make the best, that's just what it is.
Exactly.
You know?
It's literally political. Like, what the fuck would they give Last Judgment to Xbox? Like, the fuck?
You know what
so mad about that. I'm so mad about that.
Go ahead.
So yeah, when I saw that, you know, when I saw that list the first time, I used the R word. Like, this is fucking retarded, man. I'm not even gonna. Again, this is remember Yakuza 0 became Xbox Game of the Year. When was that? 2018, 2019, I believe. When was that? When they made it? Because the game was 5 years old. Yeah, the game was 5 years old when they nominated for Xbox Game of the Year, and actually won, if I remember correctly. They won Xbox Game of the Year, Yakuza 0. And
it's the only time they can get it, man. They need those third parties.
Yeah, I was happy for RGG as a studio, but I was a bit taken aback because this is the thing, man. The developers and studios sees these awards. What do you think they will think if they see their game under the Xbox Game of the Year awards? They will think that side cared more about their game than the other side, than the PlayStation side. Because that's my impression of it. Yeah.
The sales numbers, right? For who
yeah,
bought
no,
their
they
game
don't have the sales number, yeah. But they don't get a lot of awards, and you know, every time it's Xbox giving them their awards, I don't know. And again, the reason why I cannot. I had two reasons. So one is it's not even a fucking Xbox game. Resident Evil Village is not a PlayStation game. It should not even be there to begin with. Like Resident Evil Village should have been replaced by Returnal. Actually, I would have. Took that. Yeah, go ahead.
At least, no, you're good here. I'm sorry. At least Resident Evil was marketed with PlayStation, right? Because you know Capcom and everything, but Lost Judgment was not marketed with Xbox. So I'm not sure.
It's marketed with PlayStation. Actually, Lost Judgment was marketed with Pleystation. So the State of Play was.
I think
they put that as an Xbox game.
I think
I don't know. Like they don't have enough games. I don't know. I'm really running out of ideas. How the hell Lost Judgment?
They don't. They generally don't. They're the biggest game coming at the end of this year. Like PlayStation had this year alone, Returnal, Fist, Kana,
Miles Morales is also
Ratchet and Clank,
Yeah, Ratchet and Clank. Yeah. Director,
Okay,
you know,
yeah.
the director's cut. You can include them. That's trending.
Ghost of Tsushima,
Ghost of
Death
Tsushima.
Stranding. Like, what
Yeah.
are we doing out here? But
It's a lot of games, yeah.
And you know what the biggest insult is?
What?
The studio that is carrying next generation right now, Insomniac Games, is not even listed as the best studio of the year award.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
God,
gosh, you're
yeah.
right. You're right.
Yeah, I saw it. That was again trash.
I voted.
Again, this list.
Everybody's been talking about Insomniac. Ain't no way that they should not get their
The-
pop.
this
I
list
voted
is-
for Housemark. I would have voted for Insomniac, but Housemark is
Again, they were high as fuck when they made this list. I have
Hey.
no other explanation.
It's not high. It's just politics. You can clearly
No, they're
see-
high.
You
Fuck.
can clearly see through it. Like
Fuck
this is,
that. No.
I'm pretty sure USA dude and girls know what I'm talking about. This feels literally like a bribe. Like, hey,
Nah, but fuck that. No, they're high, bro.
Seriously,
Like, I don't know, man.
Microsoft said we ain't losing again, bro. Like, come on, let's. What do we have to do to get it done? Right?
How do they
It's,
come up with the list? How do they come up with the list?
I don't know, man. Like again, the Lost Judgment sold like fucking 10% in UK on the Xbox side, 90% with PlayStation. I don't fucking know how the hell you know, like Yakuza 0 was well known that it didn't have a high completion rate. I think how much was that? I think it was less than 10% as well, the completion rate, and they got it for Xbox Game of the Year. So again, I don't understand how they come up with RGG Studios becoming tied in with Xbox Awards. I would have accepted Lost Judgment, but on a different category. I don't know, like Best Action or something.
dude,
It was not even there. It was Lost Judgment was almost not there at all, except the Xbox Game of the Year. I'm like, what the?
hey,
Yeah, bro.
What the fuck is this?
I'm gonna switch now topic to the final topic, which is Matt
And Mass
Booty
Effect, though.
admitting
garbage.
Matt Booty admitting they are not on PlayStation level, not even close. I'm gonna ask every single one of you. Have you guys ever played any PlayStation Xbox game that come close to The Last of Us 1, let alone 2? Go ahead. I'm gonna start with the Rec. And he's muted. So Rashid.
I not off the top of my head, but yeah, I don't think so because I've been playing games for a long time. But you remember back in the day, they weren't as in depth as this. You know what I mean? And like I log boxes that went by. So no, I'd have to go with The Last of Us.
Yeah. Last of Us 1, mind you. Go ahead, Rec.
I played the hell out of part 2, so I would take part 2. Part 2 is the best one.
Zarek, we're gonna have
Yo.
a conversation about it. You clearly was not paying attention to the whole conversation.
Omar, chill.
No, because if you're tired, then just sleep, dude. Go ahead and leave and sleep. But the conversation was, have you
No, I
ever...
couldn't hear correctly because I was doing something else, and I caught.
Excuses.
Oh no, that's just juice though. I was fixing some food and stuff.
Zarek, the conversation was, have you ever played any game on Xbox that rivals The Last of Us 1, let alone 2?
Oh, well, no. I actually, not one game is on Xbox that I haven't played. That's like Last of Us at all. I mean, none. That's zero. That's my take on that.
Exactly. Morgan.
No. The last memorable, really, I don't know, to the heart, like, feelings that I've had for Xbox were back in the 360 days. Like,
Did you play Ori and the Blind Forest?
I did. So I will say Ori was good, but Ori also isn't first party. So, you can play it on Switch.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, like the atmosphere, the music, everything about Ori is great. But I would take The Last of Us 2 over Ori. But that's just me and my personal preference.
For sure, I agree. Okay.
But yeah, Xbox
sorry.
is.
Go ahead.
No, you're okay. But yeah, but just I like this isn't something that we as PlayStation fans. I mean, this Mad Booty's his admittance to Xbox first party lacking in comparison to PlayStation isn't anything that we weren't surprised about. We were just like, I saw everybody on PlayStation side tweeting like, yeah, we already knew this, like, duh, like basically. But then of course Xbox side was like, that's not what he meant. He didn't mean it like that. He was just saying that they're not trying to make an Xbox version of Horizon or Uncharted.
We're gonna talk about that. Don't worry about it. We're gonna talk about that. Go ahead, Kay.
No, and that's the reason why I don't have an Xbox.
Well,
okay. Akira.
Kay said, "Hell no."
I need to think because they don't got no games, so I'm just I'm just joking.
Okay.
All right. So last.
Yeah, go ahead.
Some of the games I played on their side would be the ones I remember are Sunset Overdrive, Quantum Break, Alan Wake, on PC, of course. I played the first 3 Gears. I'm really having a hard time thinking of a game from their side.
Lost Judgment, according to them.
I think the last great experience I had, of course, is undeniably Sunset Overdrive, and you're not gonna believe this, I actually love Quantum Break. I gotta say, Quantum Break for me was just way too early. It got the idea of Quantum Break was way too advanced that the hardware couldn't support it. I think if that would have been a next gen game, would have been a real banger in my opinion, because it would have more let's say access to what they want to do, but it's just too early and the hardware couldn't support their ambitious idea, Remedy. And I hope they get the Quantum Break fucking IP just like Alan Wake, so that also becomes a multiplat, like Alan Wake.
Lovely.
Yeah,
when it comes to that question, I'm sorry. I mean, from what I've played, yeah, no.
Okay.
Really, no.
Yeah,
no.
I'm gonna say throw them a bone. Even that bone is gonna be half broken.
Throw them a bone. Yep.
Play Ori. If you have not played Ori.
Oh, Ori. Okay.
Ori is a fantastic game.
I played Ori. Yeah, right.
Okay,
yeah, it's a good game.
Okay, Ori is a great game. I recommend it.
PC
Other
though.
than
Yeah,
that,
PC.
Gears 5, but it's not. Gears 5 is like going from Gears 4 to Gears 5 is going from Uncharted 1 to 2. That's how I describe Microsoft growth when it comes to Gears.
There was an Xbox fan who was obsessed with me because I said Vanquish is way better than Gears 5. He was really obsessed with me. He was really hunting me down every pose that I made, and then until I blocked him, of course.
Yeah, of course. The final thing is gonna be, you have Matt Booty saying this. You have Phil Spencer saying he wants to make a game that rivals Horizon Zero Dawn, and then he came out and said, we don't want to make what the other are doing with the blue and red. Like the blue and red. We don't want to follow the same pattern or something like that, like the blue and red. So my question to you is, why so much mismessaging? Matt Booty is being honest, while Phil Spencer is being in denial. What do you guys think? Do you guys, they have a different standpoint? They don't seem to be on at the same page. What do you think, Zarek? Zarek? Oh, he's not here. Right? Yeah, go ahead. What do you think? Hello?
Wait, who?
Zarek?
Yeah.
What
was the question again?
Yeah,
You sound like you woke up, bro. You
yeah,
sound like you just woke
we're
up.
gonna skip
This
you.
is what the rec was like in school.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna genuinely skip the rec right now. Rashid,
Oh, right. No.
what's your opinion? No, we need to hurry up because it's already been more than 4 hours, 4.5 hours.
All
Rashid,
right.
no, sorry, the rec. Rashid, what's your opinion about this one?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
Oh, he left.
Mm.
Rashid. Yeah, no, dude. I will talk to him about it. Rashid, you're not here. I think he left because of his daughter. I think. Morgan, what's your opinion on that one?
I think they both know that the quality of Xbox isn't on the level of the quality of PlayStation. I think the reason Phil, had to come out and say, we don't want the blue version, we don't want the red version, it's all PR. He has to make it look like, Game Pass and Xbox are doing their own thing and they don't need to follow suit with what PlayStation and Nintendo are doing. They're going to be just fine carving out their own path in the gaming industry. But Matt Booty had to get real. He was like, look, we are aware, like, props to Sony. Y'all make top tier quality titles, and we want to do that as well. He said that point blank. I don't care what any Xbox fan tries to twist his words and say he didn't say that. He did. He clearly said they want to make games on that level that Sony does. Big, blockbuster, multi-million-dollar projects that bring people to the brand and make make people want to come to your brand, make people remember, fond memories of these games. That's what they want. That's what they want. And regardless of what either of them say, like, we all know that the quality is lacking, and that's the main issue with Xbox. They have the numbers now, they got the quantity, but now they need the quality to match. So the question is if they can do it this gen.
I want
Morgan.
Yes.
What's your opinion?
That was Morgan. That was Morgan.
That was me.
Who
That was me the whole time.
You're sleeping, Carl.
No,
You're
Are
really
you not
sleeping.
paying attention now? You're about to get kicked.
Are
you not paying attention now?
I wanted to say K, but I said Morgan by accident.
I'm right there on Morgan. Definitely PR. You have to keep face. You want to be perceived a certain way. You don't want to be seen as weak. And Phil is trying to make Xbox seem strong and that they have their own direction. And then I don't know what happened with Mount Booty. He just came out and said that, yeah, we are lacking and we're going to try and fix that. To whether they do or not, if that's yet to be seen. They just acquired ZeniMax, so they have a bunch of studios under them. You got Avowed coming out, Fable coming out, but we haven't seen anything about what the quality is going to be like. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Thanks.
Akira.
Yeah, you know what, Karaba? Let's be honest. Phil Spencer plays more on PlayStation. Like, come on, man. Like, remember when Spider-Man was released in God of War? Phil Spencer was all over that shit, man. Like, he was. Actually, if I remember correctly, he called out an Xbox fanboy for trashing on Spider-Man. If I remember correctly, that was on Twitter.
Yep.
So I don't think Phil Spencer does not realize it. I think really it's just, he's a company man. He cannot put his company in bad light. I mean, Matt Booty, I think he's responsible for the studios, so he's allowed to say that. But Phil Spencer is at the head, man. He's the president. He's the main dude. The main dude cannot put the company in bad light. That's not how it works. So, however, deep down, man, if you're just gonna look at Phil Spencer and games he play, the way he praises PlayStation PlayStation games, it's obvious he knows it. He knows the quality is up there. So it's not even a debate. Like I said, I think that guy plays more PlayStation than Xbox. Sorry. Like what the hell is he gonna play, man? There's got no games, man. But no, I think so. He loves PlayStation. That's what I think. I believe that, really. Not even a joke anymore.
Okay, so I just want to say something, an update. The Rex was paying attention. He was having connection issue. That's why. I thought he was busy with something and he couldn't pay attention.
I don't believe it.
Bye, man. You sound like you just woke up a while ago. No. All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Rex.
No, but you, Akira, we need to talk. And I'm gonna say it in the end.
Oh, it's back on? All right, there we go.
We're gonna
There we go.
keep it on here. We went almost 4.5 hours. For me, this is normal. I'm used to it. I play video games. I watch anime, stuff like that. I can go for hours on end. I appreciate all of you guys for coming through, especially doing such a long stream. That's not going to be the normal. Normal is 2 hours, maximum 3 hours. But we had so many topics, and just 1 hour alone it was a conversation about JRPG. That mistake was on me. I should have known we're gonna be for so long. The conversation was never the mistake. I should just have thought about planning it in a different stream. Shout out to everyone that came in. Go ahead, do your outros. Do your outro.
All right. Sorry about all this stuff, man. But I'm direct. You find me on PlayStation as Raphael _ C 1989 or the rec. You'll find those names or whatever. And I'm on YouTube as well as the rec, and on Twitter as well as Wreckage 89. So thank y'all for coming through.
Morgan.
Hey everybody, it's Morgan, aka Chill Bandit. You can find me on Twitter at Chill Bandit, and my PSN is ChillBandit336. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming through and rocking with us for this long. I appreciate it. The dedication of the fans is what's up. Thank you.
Hey, we got almost 43 likes. Biggest
nice.
Of people
We're growing.
One dislike.
Yes.
One dislike.
Figure out we'll go.
It's
an Xbox fanboy, bro. It's an angry Xbox Gamepass fanboy, whatever.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Kay. You can find me on Twitter at Kaylee, which is spelled KALEIGH1103. I go by Kay because it's a lot easier for people to say and read. Just representing Otter Nation.
Otter Nation. Let's go.
All right.
I'm gonna mute you now. Akira, go ahead.
This is it's Akira on Twitter at Akira 092421 release date of Lost Judgment. Yeah, that's where I am. That's where you find me. Thanks everyone.
Hey, shout out to everyone that came through. This is episode 5 of Game Slayer. I might turn Game Slayer to Game Slayers because we are more than one people. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Sony, you can join in next week if you want to have a conversation. You're more than welcome to join. Tony. At Cyber Dragon, you're a fucking man. You can join. You just need to let me know when you wanna join. I wanna give a shout out to Chat, of course. Shout out to Chris Righteous. Shout out to Tony. Shout out to Guapzilla. Shout out to Cyber Dragon for being a mod. And shout out for Darkwing Gaming for also being a mod.
Everyone.
And good night, everyone.
Night.
Yep.
about it.